首先欢迎 Thundercold Gaming， 上单侯雅，打野小黄人，中单 Satan， 下路一昌安，辅助 Feather。 接下来，让我们欢迎 Anyone's Legend， 上单 Flanger， 打野 Tarzan， 中单 Shanks， 下路 Hope， 辅助 Hale。 LPL 第2赛段组内赛第7周第1日的第1场比赛将会由 AL 对阵 TT，LPL 5位进入巅峰。
Hello everyone, sorry, yes, I was just waking up there. Did not... Hey, Vasu, 42 months subscribing? Aw, thank you, man. Okay, Draven on one side, Jace is available, gonna get Jace versus Draven. We have seen Draven beat Jace in the 1v1s, actually. Time flies when you're having fun or something? Yeah, something like that. Okay, Jace versus Draven. As we were saying, we have actually seen the Draven beat the Jace, actually, despite Jace being so ever-present in our 1v1s. Feels like Jace is there in every 1v1. Okay, I have to go do that thing where I grab a coffee from the other room. So, I'm going to do that. I am going to do that. We are live on Twitch, YouTube, and restreaming onto Onivia as well. So enjoy, everyone. And hey, Self, happy to see you. Alright, back in 1 minute, folks. anyone died yet? No, not just yet. Awesome, that means that I can come see if it will happen here. Goes back for the turret shot. The hammer blow getting a lot of damage, but I just don't think it's enough. Draven takes the first kill. Nice try by Flandre to get that bot back into tower. But yeah, Draven, when he starts catching those axes and throwing them back at you, is very strong. Oh, man. Petition for Alex to install coffee machine in his room. So, this is going to really tell you a lot about me and how anxious and awkward I can sometimes be. About... how long ago is it? A year and a half ago? Maybe? There was a power cut in our area. And power never came back to my room. So I called up the electric services, blah, 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 for it. And I said, hey, I don't speak very good German. They immediately hung up on me. I've been so anxious to call them back ever since that I've just had an extension lead running into my room instead. So I don't have power in my room. Because turns out when you try and speak, well, say in broken Deutsch, mein Deutsch ist nicht so good, they just hang up on you. So, yeah. And then I've never built up the courage to go call them back. Because anxiety is my eternal enemy. And German utilities are not good at catering to multiple languages at all. Not much Flandre could do better there. Yeah, I mean, besides, you know, not taking the all-in. But in terms of if the all-in's happening, yeah, that's the best you play. He literally gets a tower shot onto him. That's ridiculous for that situation. Commend your commitment to awkwardness. Yeah, okay, jumping forwards now. Again, actually gets him out of the healing zone with that hammer blow. But still, Hoya taking some really good trades. Building up towards that Bloodthirster, of course. Oh, stops the recall with the ult. Actually, might be able to stop it again. Yeah, because the backswing would have hit him. And that's why Hoya lets it run long, actually. Because he didn't want to get that instant recall stop again. Wait until he's channeled it a bit. Ask my neighbor to call them. Yeah, but then I don't have to speak German to my neighbor. Look, I don't know whether this has become obvious. I'm a painfully anxious person. My job is effectively talking at video games while separated by sometimes thousands of miles between myself and viewers. You don't get this way if you socialize normally. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Oh, cool, Kiwi. 40 stream streak, are you kidding? Damn, some of you have really committed to the bit, eh? Clinging to the wave is Flandre. I mean, if Flandre can survive until the Ring of Fire and look for one last all-in, maybe I'll he just doesn't take damage, man. There's a Bramble Vest on Flandre, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, it's the second kill will come through, and he'll get himself the 1v1 victory. 2 kills to the Draven. Hoya dispatching Flandre. That wasn't even a fight. Yeah, my room is the only one without power. Yeah, well, it's not about switches flip, because I tried that. I think it's a fuse that's blown somewhere, but I don't know how to replace it. Yeah, but the thing is, now it's just been so long, I'd feel really awkward. It was like, by the way, a year and a half ago, power went out. You know what I mean? Hey Alex, are you and Sam's pronouns both he, him, or something else? I consider myself a gender, so I guess they, them, but I'm also happy with he, him. I am part of the alphabet here. But that's whatever matters. I guess agender is like non-binary but more confused. Hey Kirby, good to see you. Oh wait, I should put this on camera. It's all good, Monsters. It's not something I'm particularly open about because I'm bad at talking about that. Oh, hello. I'll turn my camera on very briefly. But yeah. Ugh. That's me, Angie. Random bullshit, go. Kirby, hello League of Legends caster Nymaera. I've really committed to the bit, and I'm currently learning German so I could call out a German electrical company, tell them I can speak perfect German, and hang up on them. I have no idea why I'm doing this. Regards, your ex Kirby. Kirby, you are You are after my own heart there. Oh god, are you kidding me? Oh, that's funny as hell. That's one of the funniest that's one of the funniest ones you've done. For those of you that don't know, every time Kirby resubs, which has been for a long time now, 48 months! Jesus Christ, that's 4 years! That's 4 years you've been following me, Kirby! Jesus! Every month, every time they resub, Kirby comes in with a resub message with like a long copy pasta. I should really get text-to-speech for it at some point. Okay, into draft for our first game of the day. The amount of shenanigans that text-to-speech will bring. Yeah, I guess I couldn't have that all the time, but, you know. Okay, so, Gallia banned away from anyone's legend. Okay, let me get the actual picks and bans up for both these teams. I need to remember what the draft priorities are for both. Having just both teams open, so I can, just quickly flick through things is quite helpful. So, TT on blue side. Anyone's legend. I mean, we have said that a lot of teams are using, like, double global pairings, so Pantheon Talia is a huge one for that, for instance. Oh shit, control keys just flown off, that's good. Pantheon Talia is a big one. We still have Rumble. We still have Jace, even though Jace is a little less powerful now. Neferi is open, that's a good call. Tarzan, big player at that, especially with the Vigon. You could go for the Shinzo, I guess. Xiao Huangren had a great game yesterday, by the way, versus Weibo. Because TT beat Weibo. They broke their loss streak. So Tien was replaced by Bo, couldn't beat Bo's replacement in Beichuan, and then couldn't beat Bo's replacement in Xiao Huangren yesterday. Yone first lock-in, alright, so that's angling for a Sejuani later on. Surely you B1 Neferi? I mean, Neferi would have been strong, but I mean, I guess Neferi feels bad against Pantheon Talia. Yone Sejuani is pretty hard to answer, but I don't feel like teams have been prioing Yone Sejuani that much. How can you give Neferi to Tarzan? That's a great question. And you're giving a Varus too? Varus would have been a great bet B1 too, because it's so blind pickable. Yeah, I mean, the Neferi's completely fine here. You haven't locked yourself into playing an AD mid laner, which means you have to get magic damage elsewhere, like you have with the Yone, because Yone does do that, of course. They're undefeated on it. Are you kidding me? Wait, hang on. Is that actually true? Yeah, he's 100% win rate, 10 KDA. Jesus Christ, you're right. 7-0. 7-0. I mean, they've got a high win rate anyway, right? They have like a... They got like a 70% win rate anyway, but that's crazy. And they go for the Varus. So now you have setup from AD carry. One of the weaknesses of Neferi is that she doesn't bring engage. Varus can do that with his ultimate. So Sejuani has to get locked here. You've really doubled down on saying, well, Setab is a big Yone player. I guess Shanks on the other side is an incredibly good Yone player too. And look, I have to say, folks, given that TT a 26% win rate and Yone is 40% win rate, is 2 and 3 on the champion for setup, I guess that's better for them in terms of their comfort picks, but it's a lot to give up. Now, Hope is a very good Varus player too, one of the very best within the LPL. He's only lost one game on it, he's 5-1. So TT, I mean, you don't have Gwen in top side, you don't have Galio either. You'd like an AP top laner with melee, but I don't think you can get access to that easily. Not ones which are actually good right now. So the Misfortune instead. Not a big fan of Onyx Zen on Misfortune. I mean, I prefer him being on Kai'Sa, Hyper Carries, Ezreal. I guess MF has the laning power to deal with Varus. I mean, I would have even gone for Jhin, I guess. Well, no, Jin's quite low damage at that point though. And then there's the Annie on the other side. So now you have double engaged threats for the Neferi to clean up. I think TT are a little bit cooked here. I think they're a bit cooked. You have a Neferi with setup in mid lane and bot lane. Top lane yet to be picked, so you can counter pick top lane. Varus is going to be completely fine in bot lane. You can, I think you go, you know, Varus Ral, Varus Alistair. When was AP Varus last a thing? 2 years ago now? I don't think it was there for last year. 2 years ago, I think. There have been some picks of it with like, not Leandries, Haunting Guys stacking for the extra bonus damage. We do see some Zhonyas on him, but that's not really the same. You think NAP and FPX will be a scrappy series? What do you think? I mean, yes, they're both very scrappy teams. NIP are looking a little better now. Solo kills look pretty good, actually, for them, replacing Shanji coming in. So, huge support bans coming through on both sides. No one attacking top lane at all. Not attacking top lane at all. Well, I guess anyone's legend looking for counterpick. They could have banned out some blind pickable stuff, although Hoya's less good in top. I mean, I know he won the 1v1, but Hoya's been really struggling this split. He was better in split 1. Struggling now. Rel Alistair better for the, thing. Do I think this series will be a scrappy series? No, I think that AL will dumpster TT based on current form. AL looked very good the other day. And while TT beat Weibo, that is quite a... That Weibo are the most inconsistent team. I think this should be an AL steamroll, really. I mean, look, we'll see if AL do some happy gaming. They did play very recently too. Can't remember if it was actually yesterday. When did they last play? Was it yesterday they played? Yeah, No, not yesterday. They played on Saturday and they 2-0'd Weibo. So they played 2 days ago, so they played recently. So the Nautilus comes in for Kyle. So it's not the Alistair that was banned away, of course. Could have gone for the Rel, chose not to. Now Feather gets the Rel. I guess Nautilus is okay into the Rel because you can cancel the crash down with the Q. What's your top lane? You blind... Well, you need some magic damage. You have to blind pick the Aurora for some magic. Well, do you need magic damage? There's no tank on the other side. Okay, they go towards Yorick saying, look, if you pick a tank, Yorick will deal with them. Flandre could still Scion here. And just say, I'll take the losing lane matchup and we'll deal with it as it comes after. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Hey, Crapton. Hey, Johannes. Hey, Spencer. Yorick's not bad. Yorick is meant to say, you want to pick a tank, this will be anti-tank. Doesn't matter that we're full AD, this will be fine. You are still putting full AD into a Scion. If Hoya doesn't get a lot of value, that's a problem. Azir doesn't have that much priority in LPL? Not compared to LCK. Not compared to LCK, no. Let me check, actually. Where is Azir on this? I mean, Azir is still 42% prio score. Which is pretty high still, actually. No, Azir is still up there, I think. Wait, what is that for? Is that for LPL? Oh, no, that's not. Hang on, wait, that's... Let me refresh that. Is this for... No, it is for 42. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Cool. Alright. Well, that's our first draft locked in, folks. Stomp from TT incoming. Well, I respect your belief. It's almost 4:30 here. Jeez, Montez. Alright, let's get into it. It's on camera. We'll get into it. TT have insane wombo. They do, but it's very hard to get that wombo through to the targets you want to before Neferi is set up for success. Hey, Baneblade, good to see you. Pirate King Popel. Oh, Poppet. I thought it was Pirate King Popel, which is... Isn't that Booger in German? Oh, that's some crispy audio. TT will win this. Ah, I mean, I respect your belief. TT did have a decent series yesterday versus Weibo. Xiao Huangran in particular on the Zyra. Zyra Yasuo was insane. Alright, let's get into it, folks. Here if we get some gyros. Alrighty. Nymaera, when does the LPL playoff start? I am not sure, you know. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Angie got me an Uber gift card. An Uber Eats gift card. For food. Are you kidding me? Well, someone's gonna make sure I eat, I guess. Alright, so Invade coming in early from Tarzan. Varus Nautilus, very strong level 1, of course. Don't really want to tangle with that. Is the Comet Varus? Feather went for the crash down early on to make sure that, they get the shield there. They have the mount up now. Xiao Huangran's going for the blue buff. Should know there's a steal coming in, so use that, level up that Q level 2. Normally you do the W second, but you use the Q to go quickly over to the side of the map, avoid some vision. Steal red buff. Does he get a full quadrant steal off though? Because what Tarzan can potentially do now is go Raptors to Raptors. Because if he goes red Raptors, he can go over to his own Raptors and maybe contest that. Depends on what's happening with the mid lane matchup. Hook misses level 1. Does he stay for Croaks? Okay, not feeling like going towards the Raptors for Raptors. Wants to stay on bot side instead. So TT now have some issues. They have warded Raptors on their own side, so they'll know that Tarzan hasn't left the area. Well, no, they're not certain on that. Xiao Huangran, I think he should have checked Raptors, because if he checks Raptors, you should know whether Tarzan's there. Instead, you don't have any info on the dive. They don't get to back off. Summoners are put down. First blood actually goes over towards Feather on the other side. Tarzan luckily can dive for free, though, with the Neferi passive. 1xN still dies, though. He's going to lose XP. AD carry's losing XP under turret. Kind of sucks. Feather just making sure that Hope doesn't get the free push in towards tower. Wanted to get some damage off of Hope to force him to reset. I wonder whether Xiao Huangran should have gone towards Raptors just to check that get some more info that Tarzan wasn't running there. I guess he would have walked over mid lane anyway. I guess it wouldn't have made much difference there, but the fact that TT weren't prepared for that dive is a problem. You do get the cull onto MF. Reset very early from Hope. AL, pretty much every chance they can, try and throw their bot lane onto the other side of the map. Kyle does have flash if he wants to. You don't have that much damage with the Scion follow up there. You're not killing the Yorick. I think anyone's legend because they have the Scion. Just saying, look, Scion is good in a 1v2. We don't really care. The 3-minute swap. Look, the lane swap detection is now ended. There's no lane swap detection. Scion can go collect this wave on bot side. You have Scion in a 1v2 potentially now, but, I mean, he doesn't care. Because he's a Scion. On the other side, Yorick does care about being in a 1v2. Doesn't want to be behind the pace of the game. So while it's not the level 1 lane swap, you know, you get what you want out of the first couple of levels. Anyone's Legend are the early swapping team within LPL. Much like they were with lane swaps heading towards first stand. They were a very good lane swap team. 24th might be the playoff start, therefore I thank you very much for the information. Good to know. Often LPL does have a quick break after the regular season ends. Hey, Vitek, good to see you. And of course, everyone else I didn't say hi to as well. A lot of you in chat now. So Tarzan gets a couple of those mini raptors. Dud did get the first kill. That is not great for the side of TT. You know, Neferi has a lot of setup. You have a Nautilus and a Varus. That is very dedicated setup. The Scion too, of course. Tarzan getting the Q on target. Hoya's walking over. As long as Neferi saves the double E though, it's okay. It's going to walk in towards Hoya. Might have to flash. So Hoya, good response there. Flashes over. Dark Procession and Tarzan. Yeah, he's gone too far. Has setup and none of it is present. Didn't have the bot lane pushed in at the right time too. If he does that like 5 seconds later, I think it's fine. Also just think you shouldn't be tanking up the Sejuani E. You should be pressing the E onto the you should be pressing your W to go on target roll for the E cast so it doesn't hit you. I think that was a mistake there by Tarzan. Took way too much damage in that. So now suddenly, and Tarzan, hang on a second, it's the semi-globe with the Scion coming out towards top side. Setup ults into mid lane, but Shanks ults right, but bloody hell, that's a lot of damage. Hang on, another Q might kill him. Q-tick come off just off cooldown there, even with very low AP. Setup playing very, very close to the wire there. Isn't MSI end of the month? It's end of June. End of June's my birthday as well. I'm gonna be, wait, how old am I this year? I'm 29 this year, folks. 29. 29 years young. Classic greedy Tarzan, just like always recently. He's had a history of that over time. Hang on a second. Ignite dropped onto Xiaohuangren. If he'd cancelled out that dash over the wall, maybe we'd be having a bit of a different conversation. Remember, such a long cooldown that Q early on. Kyle backing himself to get that. Sadly doesn't get it. And I think Kyle's been... Kyle and Tarzan been... inconsistent recently. Been inconsistent. Oh, don't be calling me young. Oh, don't be saying that. Okay. So taking a hook there. Gonna turn into dust soon? Yeah, I wish. Dust doesn't have to pay taxes, you know. Hope getting slowed by that E. Tarzan coming down now. Doesn't have level 6. Does he need it? Feather. Trying to play disengage and instead locked up. Put down. Anyone's Legend. Get themselves a second kill on that bot side of the map. This time goes over to Hope. $29 is not old. It's not old. It's not old. There's too many zoomers on League. Level 6 hit by Tarzan. Off for the last play as well. Does get that W to ignore a tower shot. Hope takes aggro. And that's a very clean dive. But why does Neferi get to do this? Press W, ignore tower aggro. That's for sure very balanced and fair gameplay. 120 years old? Ah. Never spoken to an elf. 120's baby in free run years. Ult backwards. Sets up. Cancel out his recall, but wants to go on to Shanks. Kyle doesn't have flash. Can they lock him? How much damage have they actually got here? Shanks turning damage around on towards Setsab. Kyle will go down. Shanks, I think, made the right choice there to just dump a load of damage onto the Yone. Shanks doing pretty well in the 1v1. Setsab, though, you know, confident on the Yone. Feels so young in this gen. Okay. Grub's being started up. Teleport in. Do you have that melee synergy between the Sejuani and the Yorick? Flandre's in here. Low health on Feather. Ult not that great for Flandre, but does get a slow. Q cancelled out. Tarzan coming in. Doesn't have the ult, remember. Used that before. Hoya doesn't have flash, though. They'll get knocked up. Who's getting the kill? It is Shanks. The Pyromaniac in the mid lane gets a little more bang for the buck. It's 2 for 1 in terms of grubs as well. That Neferi targetable is going to get removed soon. I think it should do. Or at least make it not ignore tower shots. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem having a defensive tool. That defensive tool, which allows you to freely tower dive, is way too toxic and pro. Way too toxic and pro. All these fossils knowing how to use Twitch. Reserva, my friend, you are playing a dangerous game. All of us have now learned the Pokemon move Ancient Power, so, you know. If we get the 1 in 10 chance of all of, like, our stats getting doubled, you know, you knew what was going to hit you. You knew in advance. Don't say we didn't warn you. Seven stream streak for Theon. Thank you. Good to see you. Q hitting on Hoya. Remember, Hoya still doesn't have flash. Tarzan's up top, and Tarzan does have ult this time. Jumps into the play. Dark Procession, it's not going to help you from an Eviscerate hopping out of it. Neferi doesn't care. 3 kills on the Neferi. You know, very valid point was brought up in Champion Select by Kazel. Why are we letting this guy have the Neferi? Ult's not cancelled out. Like, really? Why are we letting Tarzan have Neferi? First pick Yone. I get that it's good for setup, but I don't know. Just get rid of the Neferi. Did we not learn anything from the Akali situation and untarget ability? Or Pantheon E as well, when it could block tower shots? Bro is like late 20s and halfway to 50. Oh, shut up. Don't make me recognize my mortality. Don't do that. You wouldn't do that to me. Huangren doesn't get the ult onto Hope. Panic flash from Hope was almost flashing into that ult on it, actually. You're a 54-year-old computer scientist. I invented Twitch. Jesus, that's hella cool, by the way, Whitebit. Yes, that's, you know, topical name, I guess. Knockup missing onto Shanks. Stun. Goes onto Feather, which means there's no follow-up from the crash down. Shanks surviving the 1v2. 28 in a few weeks. I'd say happy birthday in advance, but I'm gonna, you know, I'll say it close to the time. Old Pantheon and Power W would block 3 tower shots. That was also too much. Yeah, I mean, both versions of Pantheon blocking tower shots were kind of BS. Yeah, when you... Well, no, I'm pretty sure that it was... Oh, the Empowered W. Yeah, yeah. So remember that before you could block a Pantheon shot with... a tower shot with Pantheon passive. W to get another... another one as well. So you could block 2 tower shots with that. It was kind of broken. That was like old rework Pantheon. It was also kind of broken. Tarzan hopping around the map, 3, 1, and 2. Shojin already in, of course. Very, very strong. Okay, TT. There's a dragon up. Can you fight around this? Flandre taking decent damage from Hoy. Now, Dark Perception is a little annoying. I mean, eventually Sion will be able to do... will start to fall behind the Yorick in a 1v1 setting. Trying to kill off the Maiden. Should be able to. Ah, bad Maiden micro from Hoya. You really don't want to be losing that cooldown. Especially with Flandre having no mana. That could have been a real kill trade at some point. So Dragon's going to get started up. Flandre, I guess he wants to recall and teleport in. Well, I don't know. Do AL need the Yorick to contest? I don't think they do, actually. Shai Huangren does have his ultimate coming up now. Kyle does have flash and ultimate. They want to kill him before that ult comes through. They can't quite. Magnustan comes through. Kyle isn't going to die for now, though. Ultimate comes through, but it doesn't land onto the Neferi. The bullet time does land onto Hope, though, but it's not quite enough. Cancelled out. Has to be something else to finish it off. Reset coming through from the Neferi, who does have so much gold. Q lands for the bleed. Is going to be enough. Setup getting some damage down. But he'll die as well to one last Q from Shanks. So what does that end up being? 2 for 1. 80 carry down, mid lane, and support on the other side. That is a very fed Neferi, folks. That Neferi is very fed. How did that note go in TT's favor? They used everything onto a Nautilus, and then just didn't have the damage left over. Oh, by the way, the Magnet Storm actually dragged Hope out of that skill shot. That's kind of funny. Look, Tarzan does not take enough damage, bluntly. You know, Tarzan is so fed. They are very lucky that they didn't lose more here, actually. As soon as Tarzan W's through the Yone ult, you start feeling really worried for a TT. My jungler doesn't want to play because he thinks it's bad. Oh, that's so cap. Neferi is good. I mean, I guess in solo queue it's a little bit different. I mean, at that point, it's like, well, could you play Zed and something like that? Shank's getting good. Electrocute, bloody hell, it's a very good Electrocute trade. Malignance is through, which means that cooldown is very, very short. Yorick should have been at the dragon fight. He would have had to recall and then... Wait, did he have teleport at that point? I don't think he did. Ultimate coming through from Tarzan. Setup losing the 1v1 versus Shanks and absolutely losing the 1v2 after Tarzan comes up to pick up the scraps. Throw the dog a bone. Literally. Corpse of Setup going towards the 4-1-4 scoreline of Tarzan. Oh, so Flandre died in the replay. So I guess while we... and Shanks picked up a kill back onto him. So it was a 1v1 just before that. 1-4-1 just before that. Shanks now 3-0-2. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. This is a very fed Annie. So now, I think Neferi Annie is becoming a very powerful combo, you know. Saw it once in LEC yesterday. Can't remember if we saw it in LPL before that. Yeah, we don't, in Johannes, in this Twitch chat, now it's okay if it's on like the Onivia chat or whatever, there's different rules there. But for my Twitch chat, we don't talk about betting because it's kind of ruined the atmosphere at some points before. And so just be respectful, ask tough questions about the game. But yeah, let's not talk about money talk and stuff like that. No. Alright, Harold's getting started up, down to half HP, melee synergy. Potentially could help if someone melee could actually come over and help the Sejuani with it. Ultimate W'd by the Neferi. Yep, broken champion, and it's a steal. Of course it is. Ultimate missing from the Yone. Kyle buying some time. Bit of a rear guard action. Might die to the bullet time. No, not even that. The Yone then dies. The Feather's going to die afterwards. Those fruits. Yeah, the 5 a day. Not really working out so much for you. Bot side of the map. See if Flandre uses the ult to disengage on bot side. So I'll get Harold, get 2 kills. T to get very little for it. And Hoya doesn't even get to hit the tower. I was laughing my ass off when Hysterics yelled out, Knock Knocko is not Korean on LEC last night. Hysterics is very funny. It's like, Knock Knocko doesn't know Korean. Think he only knows English and maybe some Turkish. He's a Turkish top laner. We've got a really good current class of Turkish top laners, actually. Broken Blade a lot. He's been back on form a lot, he has, actually. And then, hang on a second. Flandre is very likely to die here, trying to kill off the Maiden. So he'll spot out the team coming back now. Kyle's here. Doesn't have ult, does have Hook and Ignite, though. Damn, that's a lot of money. Never forget the goat Nama. True, he can play Gentleman Na, Astronaut Na, Elderwood Na. Tarzan W3 that ultimate. One of the other reasons it's so broken. Hard engages onto Neferi feel really crap. So they just press W and it doesn't work. And the MF ultimates are just... the setup is just not working for them. Hoya is catching up Kyle in the Dark Procession. 3v3 in bot side. Shanks was thinking about a stun. Chooses not to. Very fed, by the way. Choosing not even to go towards the Leandri, is going towards what looks like a Shadow Flame instead. My Varus means it's Hope's Varus, because I've cheered for him since he was on EDG. Trainwreck, thanks. Shit. Wait, when was Hope on EDG, actually? I'm trying to remember that. When was he on there? Because Hope was on FPX for a long time. Of course, JDG for a while before that. Oh, he was there in 21. And before that. Oh, yeah, no, Hope was there for a while. Yeah. That was before, obviously, like, he became LPL champion on JDG. Got to fight on the bot side now. Not really leading to that much, though. 2019 to 2020. Is that before Viper? Yeah, no, I do vaguely remember this now. That was kind of before my time in the LPL, and I don't know why I never went back and watched some of those games. Would have thought for a player like Hope, it's nice to know their history. Satab is sadly not Yorick when it comes... he's actually losing bits of this 1v1, you know. It's Tabby, Sunfire, Bramble Vest onto the Scion. Ult was used onto Hoya on bot side, so we won't be able to defend this turret. And he is so ridiculously strong. He needs to die 8 more times for his power spike. He needs to die, yeah, the problem is, this is the kind of game where, the game will end before you have the luxury of hitting 10 deaths. That's why Yasuo and Yone are just not picked enough. You lose too early. Shanks caught out by the teleport. Hoya flashing over. Dark Procession not quite hitting, but the ghouls will. Hoya commits that flash. Wins a 1v1 to get TT side select for the game. And he's doing, you know what? He's doing alright in the matchup, given how things are going. 3-3. Better than it could be going. Sharp one ground, by the way. Was 3-0-1. Not died on the Sejuani, which is fairly impressive given how badly some of these fights have been going. Fizz E is better, but Fizz has no other wave clear. Yeah, so you basically have to... The thing about Fizz E as compared to Nefari W, they try to use the same logic as... You have to cast this to get offensive value, but you can save it for defensive. So you need to make a choice. You're using it aggressively or defensively. The problem is for Neferi, you don't really need to use it aggressively. Fizz you do. So Fizz's biggest defensive tool is also his biggest aggressive tool, so you need to make that choice very actively. And the doorbell's ringing, so I gotta go get that one. Hopefully no one fights. I gotta go get the doorbell real quick, folks. I can believe that's Booby Andrew's gift. No one's died. Give that a minute. Go back in another minute or so. Fizz ET Flash is so OP. It's really hard to dodge that. And, yeah, it does do a ton of damage. I do miss Fizz being pro for some reasons. He was a very fun engaged champion. That being said, very frustrating champion all in all, so... I guess I haven't missed... No, you know what? Actually, I liked playing against Fizz because I learned the matchups, and it was fun to play. Fizz Ari is one of my favorite matchups. Very risky for Ari. You mess up once, he hops over your charm, you die, but it's really cool to play. Gotta go check the door. Did I miss anyone dying? No, I didn't. Good. I missed Tank Echo too. Ooh, no, Tank Echo. That's not something I miss. Jesus. Have we had any upgrades to the like the not dream capture LPL graph? I will update it just in case it. Oh wait, I can change it a little bit because obviously TT got the what's it call it? They got the win versus Weibo, so they can have actually another arrow pointing away from them for once a little bit. It's in the 1-for-1 now. Fight on the bot side. Neferi not being targeted. Kyle getting caught out Dark Procession, does have flash, chooses to ult first into 1xN. We'll play from him to get some disruption as well. Shanks walking up towards Satap, just clearing off that one angle. Tarzan ease over the wall because Neferi has infinite mobility for reasons which I can't quite explain to you all, chat. Minute till Dragon. What was used? Ignite from Feather, Flash from Kyle, ult from Kyle. Atakan now started, not on the Dragon. TT wanted to take the immediate reward. Flandre could ult into the play. I mean, they are in position to contest, and now TT, they're the ones getting a little bit shredded. That's a great cancel onto the Rel combo. Not sure if he meant it. The Atakan goes down. Yonel goes wild. Oh, bloody hell, he's just completely destroyed. It's going to be another kill onto Hoya as well. So it's going to be Atakan for 2. That cancel onto Feather's combo by Kyle, I don't know whether that was intended, but that was so clutch. The hook stops the Rel going into the backline. Insanely important moment there. Feather, if he got the clean combo, that could have changed a lot of different things. Being a jungler without a wall hop is just pain. Hey, J4 does have a wall hop. It's just you have to use all of your damage to do that. So what happens here? This is insane. Is this... No, he sees the ward. No, he sees it there. That is insane from Kyle. That is so insane. You know, if you manage to catch out Neferi a little longer, the bullet time gets another couple of waves. You get the damage from the Rel combo in there too. Maybe you stop the Neferi from resetting. Oh, Kyle. That's insane. Also, thank you, Angie, so much for the food. It means an awful lot. Thank you, thank you. There's a salmon sandwich and an iced coffee. Drink iced coffee. Annie, good day. This Annie Neferi combo is... I think this is going to be meta for... This is going to be meta until there are significant nerfs, I think. Do the resist shred disappear as fast as Atakan is dead? It does linger. It does linger. It's got like a debuff like the Baron or Herald used to. Someone not Harold bought food for me? Yeah. Angie's cornering the market a little bit there. No, don't fight. Dark Procession down towards the bot side. Sion locking him up though. Flash away. Hoya getting some damage down. Does have decent healing. It's actually doing pretty okay here, actually. The Maiden's doing a lot of damage to Tarzan. Yeah, that Maiden is actually disengaging the player. Remember, Yorick has kind of infinite sustain with the Q. Gets a Grass Proc in there, gets another Q. Tarzan, can you get there in time? Another E. That would have killed, by the way. That would have killed. Another Dark Procession. Hoya. Look, I dunk on Hoya a lot for his individual play. Right there, that is as good as he could play. He is at 5 deaths, but given the way that the rest of the map is going, he is doing as good as he could. No one came down to help and very nearly winning in that 1v2. TT will get a cross map on the other side. Flandre will now go push up in that bot side to try and push up, I guess, for an inner turret. You can use that demolish on there. A lot of HP, does have significant tower threat. Yeah, actually, half the turret goes down with the with that. Has the 2 grubs as well. You know, Hoya did really well there. The Maiden doing a hell of a lot of work onto Tarzan. You could have But like, Amber, by the way, like, feel completely fine to put your foot down if this is like not okay. Like, you can do that. You do have the powers of the moderator here, and I will. I'm just not, you know, I'm not assuming anything, but you know, good. If it's funny, that's all good. Just wanted to check. As a main top, I sense how disappointed Hoya must be with this game. Yeah, especially given that Hoya's good performances can be sometimes a bit few and far between. Hook misses onto setup as he pops back. That's true, Blade. That's true. Still. Nice to check. Flandre's Scion, as impressive as ever, by the way, had very good clean team fighting, absorbed a lot of pressure. However, the main character of this game is still Tarzan's Neferi, 7, 1, and 5. Ridiculous amount of work. We should probably stop giving Tarzan the Neferi, folks. 3 items. You know, people not going for the Eclipse as much now. Between Black Cleaver, Shojin, and Death Stance, you're still very tanky. Of course, Eclipse doesn't give you HP. These 3 items do give you a lot more defensive ability, even with the shield from Eclipse. It is kind of much less valuable than damage over time. Well, hang on a second, chat. Oh, we're gonna get CC'd up. There's no Leandries on the Annie, so not that much damage coming through. Hope has a little bit more. Cal, decent ultimate coming through to delay. Tarzan's in the play now. Of course, is you know, 7 kills. Tarzan and Kanavi are no-goes for Neferi. I agree. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else, but those are the 2 I'm like, I don't think I give them Neferi under any circumstances. Hoya, teleported onto. Shanks not seen on this one. Psyonot coming through. Dark Procession blocking off a bit of that terrain there. You can't walk through that gap. This is one of the benefits towards Yorick, by the way. Can play around outside the map better. Doesn't end up mattering. Gets obliterated by Shanks. That's an important note, by the way, though. Yorick can block off a lot of that Artican fight. Maybe that's one of the reasons he's more powerful right now, actually. That terrain on one side of the map is very important. Setab caught out, blocked in his ultimate, has that E, so all he'll be doing is returning to a return point. That is marked out by anyone's legend. Setab, the first pick Yone going 0 and 5 is not what they would have wanted. Teleport up towards the top side now. No Yorick, no Yone. Tarzan will start to rip through that Baron. I want to see Tarzan Neferi versus Owner Shinzao. Yeah, that'd be very cool. I mean, Kanavi Shinzao's pretty good too, thinking about it. Yeah, Shinzao's very strong in general. Tarzan's Shinzao's been picking up some names recently. I want to see them versus Skewmon Shinzao as well. Skewmon's Shinzao game versus Casey yesterday was insane. Good stuff. All right, Baron's taken. Dragon on the other side would be Soul for AL, so they're getting quite greedy for this. They really want everything. That's a long-range Psyonot. Completely brains one Exan who has to cleanse, flash. He doesn't do damage to Scion. Feather has to use everything to stop him, stop his AD carry dying to the Scion. And there's a steal on the Dragon too. Why not? Baron, Dragon, another kill onto Xiaohuangren. Anyone's Legend, 17 kills to 7. Someone asked me earlier, did I think this was going to be a scrappy game? My answer was no, it's likely to be a steamroll from Anyone's Legend. Folks, it has been a steamroll for Anyone's Legend. That's a lot of damage from the Neferi. Gets another E, a Q out of the brush. Hoya, I think he has been TT's best player this game. It just hasn't mattered. That one's a bit of a frustration death. At this point, what can you do? 11,000 gold behind Anyone's Legend. They had a game the other day, which went to 19,134 gold lead, I think, by end of game. This one's at 12, well, about 11,000 right now. I don't know if they can actually get towards that crazy 20k mark. It's because I don't think the game's going to last long enough. It's the problem with those kind of games. What? Gerald, what the hell? I want to see Kiana rework. Yeah, that makes her rewarding and raise her skill floor. I mean, the skill floor for Neferi... for Kiana... I mean, the skill floor is pretty high for, like, actual, like, useful Kiana. Can't just flash all everyone. It's quite hard to set that up. Your laning phase as Kiana is pretty difficult. Call this game a bow because it's a steamroll? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, that's funny. What? That's a banger, Amber. Damn, it's a good one. Magi's picked up the Shanks. Get some light reading. Opens up the Magi's and says, Lesen Sie und organisen Sie. Read and organize these. It's a workbook. Well, what's on the agenda for today? I think it's Flandre. Learning a little bit of demolition. Charges into the back line. Shanks into the front. Magi stacks. Ults try to be thrown out and disengaged. Not doing a huge... Well, I say not doing a huge amount. Kills off the Nautilus, but on the other side of it, Shanks brings the bear to town. It's bring your bear to work day. 3 dead already. Only 2 left, and I don't think they can wave clear that much. A load of the health on the first turret going down. Stun on setup as he flies back towards his body with his soul. Anyone's Legend very cleanly taking this first game. This one was an absolute steamroll. You do not give Tarzan Neferi 9-1 and 8. That dog needs to be put back into the kennel. You do not give Anyone's Legend Neferi. Yo, what, Montes? That is a phrase never said before in human history. Probably shorten the intargetability, make the turret shot still hit the dog, or just remove the bleed. I mean, I think the bleed you need. I don't mind the Q bleed mechanic. That's quite unique towards Neferi. I don't mind that, actually. That's fine. I think the... Because the whole thing about the bleed, then hit the second one to get the actual damage where it bursts and then reapplies the bleed, that I think is a cool mechanic. I like that. What I don't like is the intargetability, just ignoring tower shots. You make it like Zed, where pressing R doesn't remove aggro, but you can dodge 1 shot. Yeah, that's fair. Zed doesn't go on top. Well, you do ignore stuff like Twisted Fate. Hey, Sam, how's it going?
It's bad.
How was German lesson today?
It's pretty good. We were doing some possessive, accusative, and stuff for like houses.
Okay.
Rooms.
So I will actually need to learn that. Okay, it'll be on the document though, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend Steamroll game 1 was not close. I don't get why people are giving Tarzan Neferi. He's 8-0 on the champion now. 8-0. He's undefeated on it.
Just don't do it.
You don't give it to him.
What are we into game 2 now, shortly?
And it'll be like a 10-minute break or so, 5-minute break.
Give me a second, I'll be with you for the 10 minutes.
All good.
Hanging some washing up while it's still
Yeah.
hangable.
And then I'm doing LEC first series today, so I won't be able to stay for second series.
G2 this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Should be fine. I think we'll 30.
LPL doesn't go that deep. Doesn't go that late.
We can go to 6 if we go.
Yeah, but it doesn't go to 6:30 though.
Yeah, I'm just double checking.
And also, this series shouldn't go long. This series should not go long, really. That was a whole team diff. Okay, I guess we'll wait for the highlights and then play some words on stream. And he takes on FPX versus NIP. Quite an intriguing series now, actually. You know, FPX have been improving quite a lot. Quite a lot, actually. What was FPX's last series? Let me remind myself. What's the highlights again? FPX... Oh, yeah, FPX beat AL. Yeah, they beat AL and they beat CT. They slaughtered CT, in fact. And they beat Anyone's Legend. So they're on a 2-match streak. But then again, NIP... They took a game off of top esports. They beat Weibo twice. No, was it twice? No, they didn't beat them twice. They beat Weibo, took a game off of top esports. They lost to WE. I do find it quite funny how opinions shifted on WE within like a cut 2 series. It's like, wow, top 4 to like, yeah, you know, top 8. Like they've got some good wins over, you know, FPX and the lower tier teams, you know, but they've not beaten any of the actual significant teams. That's what Angie's talking about cooking earlier. What did Angie say about cooking? I'm still learning to cook. Alex makes better food. I have cooked for a very long time, the thing is. And, you know, sometimes it is just about finding recipes that you're comfortable with. Like, would I call myself a good cook? I don't think I'm a bad cook now. You know, I've cooked ever since I've been a teenager, right? Grandma taught me a lot. My dad's taught me bits and pieces too. But a lot about cooking is just finding recipes that you enjoy and finding the skills which go alongside that. Because if you like a recipe that you enjoy, then you'll like learn how to use another ingredient in place of one or anything like that. So for instance, like I know the salt substitutes are a big one, right? Like I know that you can use salt, MSG, fish sauce, Worcester sauce, soy, bunch of stuff like that. Pairing spices is one thing too, right? And you'll learn like a load of basic skills to go along the way. Like it's not hard. It's not actually that hard to do a curry once you kind of know your baseline of it. Just like cook a load of onions slowly with some oil or in ghee. Have some salt stuff, load of veg. Take a load of chili, garlic, and whatever spice you want. Chuck them into a spice grinder / food processor. Whack them in. Tends to work. Cooking for one is not worth. Depends how expensive ordering is. Also, batch cooking is completely fine. Like, I find it hard to motivate myself to cook for just myself, but, you know, if you cook like a big batch of curry or bolognese, it's completely worth it. It's just inefficient. I don't think it's inefficient at that point, because anything you don't eat, you can chuck into the freezer, and you can have that for a while. And that means that, you know, if you have to eat late or early or things are closed, you just take it out of the freezer, you know? What? Harold, what? Harold bought 250 kilograms of cheese. What? Are you kidding me? You bought 1/4 of a ton of cheese? What? What do you mean, Harold? What? Where's expert scientist? Where's our friend from the Wisconsin cheese caves? What? Who buys 1/4 of a ton of cheese? Are you serious? 250 kilos? Surely you mean 25 kilos. Surely you don't mean 250. You can't come into chat and say you've bought 1/4 of a ton of cheese. What do you mean? What do you mean you've bought 1/4 of a ton of cheese? I don't care if it's in the storehouse. I've never... In my entire life, I haven't bought 250 kilos of cheese. Who buys 1/4 of a ton of cheese? What? Cup ramen for the win? I love cup ramen. I'm a big fan of the Shin Ramyun. That stuff's really good. You brought a Fort Parmigiano wheels? Oh, they are pretty huge, actually. But, I mean, in fairness, they do last for forever. They last a very long time. This is so Italian-coded, man. Like... Dude, this is just... This is the most Italian thing you've ever done. Like, I don't know how to say it. This is the most Italian thing you've ever done. I do believe that Zoe is undervalued and underplayed in current meta, especially with the recent buffs to Zoe. She can one-shot backline very quickly with her Q. Like her wave clear is very efficient now, even when she's behind the game. But she's very feast or famine. Often, the problem is right now with so much Vi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa. If you ever are forwards, you pretty much die. You pretty much die. I mean, look, Harold does live in, you know, San Marino, so... Like, I guess the supply is there. That's ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I mean, that Parmesan stuff, Parmigiano, is, I mean, you're gonna be eating a lot of dairy for a while. Okay, let's go do some words on stream. This is a weird cover. Alright, play some words on stream. Ton. Nonce, wait, they actually have nonce as a word in there? Okay. Right. Is there another meaning of that word? What? They've disallowed a lot of words. Why is nonce an accepted word in that? What is the first series, the one I'll cast? Heretics versus GX. So that's actually the one with playoffs implications. So if GX win, we have tiebreakers, basically. I believe the tiebreakers will be on Tuesday, not today, because they'll involve Vitality, who are currently in Paris. Perfect, nice job, everyone. Oh, it's 15 people involved in the transaction. Okay, so it's not just for you. Right. Okay. Turk's not in the list of words. I would have thought that's a thing. So that's just a nationality thing, right? Help me words on stream. I'm stuck. Help me step words on stream. I'm stuck. Honestly, just go coffee, nuts, and fruit morning. Chicken and rice in the afternoon, meat and veggies evening. I mean, all other food is in. Yeah, but what about the enjoyment of food? Nice. Say, if I say more sus stuff, you'll just finish the level quicker, right? To shut up. Major. Oh, do we have fake letters now? Yeah, we do. Moat is a good one. Marmot. Nice. Wait, but isn't marmot an animal? Do they always have animals in there? Didn't think they did. Roa for Rookie. Yeah. He does... That sounds like a band, actually. A band name, Roa for Rookie. Like Death Cab for Corky. Oh, this is a... There are a lot of words. A lot of words, but they're all like one score letters. So I guess C is fake. That would also explain why the there's no second R. Imagine Malzahar Skarner, how much dead you want your enemy player to be. Problem is with something like that, they lock Milio and your composition no longer functions. Sure, nice. Oh, I is hidden. Alright. I is hidden, C is false. Oh no, C is fake. Can't do that. What other leagues do I stream other than LPL? In terms of streaming, I don't stream anything but LPL because there's just too many LPL games to. And if I'm on LEC, so I'm on the LEC broadcast. So I guess I technically stream LEC, right? But I don't do it on these channels. Nice, we actually. I'm surprised we managed to survive that level. Very surprised we managed to do that. You are one of the best casters out there, in my opinion. Well, that's very kind of you to say. Oh. Is there something like... Borough? No, there's no rough. So maybe... well, no, it can't be. Fun fact for Harold. Let me think. I do have a couple in there. Sure. Oh, we're getting cooked by this level. It's second game soon. Don't know why I put that in. It's not true. Brochure. Damn. So E is hidden. E is hidden. E is hidden. And then I think G is false. So E is hidden. Nice. That is freaking everything. Oak is good. Oh, we've already got cure. Cherub is damn good. One more, one more. There's a lot of C start letters. Sure. Oh, there's got to be 2 arms. Wait, there have been 2. That actually would have worked. Oh no, I misspelled it. Damn, nice job, everyone. Holy crap, we survived. Dark World MVP. Okay, into draft soon, folks. Chat's doing well today. Damn good. We had like a load of perfect runs to start things off too. I'm assuming that I actually want to build for the future. Being 27, I can see that Peanut might stop playing for another year or two after that. Who you want to see taking his place? Upcoming CL talent? It's really hard to replace someone like Peanut. Peanut has a very unique skill set, right? Very, very good at moving with jungle support. Anyway, into a second draft. TT on blue side again. Still banning the Galio on blue side. I didn't run adverts. That's a problem. Right, I have a choice of either running adverts now or running them just after draft. I will do them just at the end of draft. Oopsies, my bad, I forgot. Can we get duocast for tomorrow's bangers? Yeah, should be able to. Yeah, should be able to tomorrow. I don't know if Sam's, yeah, we should be able to do it tomorrow. Hey, Straska, good to see you. 20 streams, 30 streams, Jesus, good job. Okay, so Talia taken off the table, so no Talia Pantheon. Could be a Shinzao angle. Poppy Band away. Yeah, with Poppy Band away, maybe it is... you could go for a Vi comp with Poppy gone. Does AL ban Vi now? No, they ban away the Ambessa instead. Your first pick Vi? Tarzan could go towards the Shinzao on the other side of it, I suppose, or the Pantheon. Poppy ban for both Tarzan and Carol? Yep. Also unlocks this. Nico gets through though. You can go Nico Kaiser now. Pantheon as well. Really just drop in on someone and explode with some very heavy engage. Last night I watched LEC after a long while. Hysterics Dagda were casting. Yeah, it's a fun reunion for them over here. Ooh, one next thing goes towards the Lucian. His Lucian was really good back in... Was it last year or was it 23? He's had a really good Lucian. Even though the stats aren't always the best, he's been very good at it. So Lucian arm for TT. Strong laning phase. You can mess up as the as the Nico. Now you lock in the Azrael instead of the Kai'Sa now because you need more laning strength. I wanted KC lost to see the crowd reaction. I mean, the fact that you the fact that you're invested in that is kind of shows the point of the roadshow, though, in fairness. Like, the fact that you might tune in just for a loss for KC is also good. It's engagement, you know? It's cool. I root for KC at internationals? Yes, same. Of course I do. I mean, like, my allegiances are all over the place, right? Because I've got my LPL teams. But if it gets a bit weird. I think that on the whole, I wrote for LPL. I think LPL is where my heart lies in a lot of places, but you know, got some split allegiances now. Second round, mid lane is getting banned out. Ahri banned out. We're gonna get Ryze banned away. Pantheon Ryze can be pretty nasty. I guess Ryze is not good versus Lucian Nami. Can struggle to clear the distance. Wouldn't even mind. You know what? I wouldn't actually mind a Kali for Shanks. Well, maybe not, because Vi, bad into Vi. Victor might be okay. 2 combos with the Vi are taken out. You don't have Talir, and now you don't have the Ahri and the Orianna, so 3 of the big combos taken away from the Vi. Ornn banned away from Flandre. Hey, what do you think? Shanks Victor seems okay for me here. I guess it's not, again, not awesome at dealing with Delusion. Well, it's okay with that. Dude, Vex would be so fun. Vex would be so fun, actually. The frickin' spinning wheel for Flandre. Okay, maybe it is the Ryze. I'm not sure I love Ryze. I guess the global is good, but I'm actually not sure it's good against the Lucian Nami. That was a great little spinning wheel. That was awesome. Okay, so Ryze locked in. TT need a combination with the Vi. ASOL is technically there. Aurora is there too. Aurora, yeah, fairly bursty. Satas plays a lot of it. I don't know whether it's always impactful, but he plays a lot of it. He's only played the 2 games in this part of the split, though. 50-50 on it. Okay. Now potentially lock it. I mean, Shen would be one of the premier tanks left. How aggressive do you want to be, though? Feels like, I don't know, the Shen's really valuable. I don't mind the Shen here, actually. Jace locked in for Hoya. Okay. How many games in the Jace here? He's only had the 1 game of the Jace, and it's a loss, by the way, in which he didn't get a single kill. That's not... When did he play the Jace this split? Versus anyone's legend the first time around. He got Aurora'd in that game by Flandre, who went 5-0-13. Yeah, Hoya went 0-4-0 in his first and only J. There's a Nasus? Excuse me? What? Dog champ? So we had Neferi. Why no Neferi Nasus? Why no Neferi Nasus? Why are we not building the dog pack? Okay, so Nasus into Jace. Now I've seen Nasus into some stuff top lane over time. Who is it last into? Did we see it into Cassante a bit? When did we see the Nasus? Has anyone played this? Has anyone played this year? No, this is our first... No, we had 1 game of it in top lane, 1 game of it mid lane, in ERLs. This is our first Nasus game in tier 1 for this year. Alright. Okay. Alright. First Nasus game of 2025 in the top tier. We did have, yeah, we do have a couple of games in ERLs. Not sure what they were get up against. One was versus Yone, one was versus a Rumble. Both of them were losses. Still going towards the Triforce Fleet Footwork start. Okay. Alright, Flandre. Let's see what we've got. Right. Folks, I need to run adverts now. I forgot. Oh no, I got caught off guard by the... So I'm sadly going to lose. So if you are not subbed, you're going to miss a little bit at the start of the game. So sorry. But it's just to stop pre-roll coming in, because pre-roll is really predatory to a lot of people. I try and keep it off if at all possible. If it is a problem, go watch on YouTube, of course. Oh my god, Mecha with the 100 gift bomb! The war on adverts wages on! Let's hear the gyros. Holy crap. Reminded the two people that you can refresh the stream to basically get your sub implementation. 100 gift bomb, Jesus Christ, Mecha. Thank you, man. It say this every time, but it of course makes a huge difference. Berth and resubscribing with the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Ari Spin. Is that, wait, where's that? Is that a 7TV emote? It's channel mode. I need to get something like that. I need some of those. I need Ari Spin. Do I see the runes of Nasus? Did anyone catch them? I didn't catch them just now. Flandre, walking at the level 1. Sam, we have a Nasus.
What?
First Nasus of 2025 worldwide.
Wait, let me get my chat. I heard Beth just dropped it.
Yeah, we have a Nasus, we have 100 gift bomb, and Flandre blows the ghost early on. I forgot to change the volume as well. Oopsies. I forgot so the gyros would have been really quiet. Oopsies. Zoom, zoom. Alright, let's get into things. Flandre, E-Star, going for phase rush, not going for the fleet footwork, which we've seen in the past at some points. What the phase rush means is that the slow after the Q lands from, oh, sorry, yeah, there's some stuff on the floor making it harder to push the, push door open. Yep. Sam, waddling his way in with the chat.
Success.
Yarp. Tarzan, going to, well, remember the last game he had an early dive. Pantheon doesn't ignore tower shots anymore, but still pretty good at early diving. You want to make sure you can get some value out of the, well, some value away from the Lucian army early on. Level 2 hit. Ow. I just need the desk. Good start for me. I'll give you over the headphones now so you can actually hear the game.
The plan is Flandre got himself the doggo in the top, so we don't get Neferi. It's been banned.
No,
it's been played, right? So I was wrong because, of course, was it Tarzan now 8-0 on it? You were saying?
Yeah, he's undefeated 8-0.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. And obviously now, on the other side of that, you've got to go. Well, where else can I find my dog champions?
Exactly. Is there any other dog champ? Oh, I mean, there's the dog skins, right? So we have like Fizz Fuzz.
Yeah, and
stuff
there's like
that.
Corky.
Yeah.
So there are additional options. Though, ironically, I tend to prefer the cat skins. I think there's just some really good ones. The Yorick cat, the Maokai cat, all of these things are pretty fantastic.
Funny you mentioned that. I actually typically really dislike the cat champions because they're just people in onesies.
Yeah, but
like, it's really lazy to me. It's really lazy to me.
But the Maokai one is so ridiculously cursed.
I mean, okay, no, that one is so cursed that I agree. However, on the whole, I'm like, why do we not? I mean, like, there's just very different style towards it.
There's also the Shaco one that's just a load of cats in a bag. That's also very entertaining.
Flandre is very dead.
He's going to have a very bad time. Does a decent job of getting a little bit of healing with the Siphon power, but it's just not enough.
He is very dead.
Time to return the favor on the other side as Feather does manage to flash. Avoids the Tangle Bombs. That's the name of the E. I had to have a think about it. 1XM does get towards the turret here. Just be a bit wary though, because there is another wave coming on in, and AL have held the wave between the tiers 1 and 2. Oh dear. Right, he's got a cleanse and a flash, and the teleport's coming on through, so Neon Section will pull off this attempted dive.
So AL they don't get what they came for in terms of kills, but they are stopping 1XN getting a lot of farm. Lucian Nami, when playing from behind, not happy. They're a duo which need to be really ahead of things. Sauerkraut, by the way, thank you for sharing the 100 bits. Thank you for supporting the stream. And for being here as well, to witness whatever the hell is happening within League of Legends here in this beautiful, beautiful day in what I assume to be Shanghai. I didn't actually see the stadium we were playing in today, the arena. I'd imagine Shanghai's the neutral venue. Sometimes we have seen some other games put towards team venues though. Tarzan into mid lane, can you flash forwards? Doesn't need to.
Just manages to shield vault in, set up will flash, and another summoner spell. So that setup now down both his teleport and his flash, because Hoya having teleported already. She gave a bit of a free
Are you kidding me?
On the minion wave, there was in fact a Nico. Thought it was all over. It really wasn't.
My dude, there's a cannon there on a wave it shouldn't be. How does that work? I mean, this is the thing about Nico. You have to be locked in at all times. Because as soon as you're not, why is there a minion there? this and many questions we must answer ourselves on constant bases. Kyle, I've no idea how he gets away with it, but he does.
He does get away with it. I think it's probably the correct way of putting it. Have a look at the replay. The cannon was not a cannon. It's the second wave. You just don't think about it, do you? There comes that cannon that's just, I was like, oh, I guess it's just a second cannon coming up. It's like, no, there's not. Kyle just lands the Tangle Barbs and Setab dies a horrible death.
It happens every now and again.
Bot side we go again. Feather at half HP, no flash, no heal. Kyle chunked out a little bit. Tarzan with the flash, with the shield vault. 1XM with flash, with cleanse. Probably not the easiest target for the Nami. Very gankable right now.
Yep, gankable and submissive. It's gonna get hit by that empowered Q next. Rise coming down.
To the realm warp again.
It's just a step to the left and a dive to the right. And it is setting. Look, despite
on your keys.
just wait for the rise on. You wait in anticipation. Dive onto the top side again. As a weather comes through at the Xiaohuangran. Look, he's going to try and wave clear out as much as possible, try and get some lifesteal through. Probably still dead.
He's very angry though, so he's gone and made himself very large. And actually just get a 1-for-1 because the turret shots come and help. So that's at least something back. 12 stacks.
You know what? That's fine for Flandre. Wait, did he get the kill with the Q or was it the tower shot?
I think it was a tower shot, actually.
In that case, it's not the 12 stacks, so that's sad for him. He's only on the 48 right now. I think we would have seen it tick up there, but anyone's legend. Doing really well on this bot side. It is a worry that the Nasus is getting behind, because Nasus is not useful when you're a certain level behind. However, Lucian Nami, same kind of thing. So we both have basically a ball and chain on both teams. One of them is the Lucian Nami, being between them about 1,000 gold down, and then the Nasus on the top side, being about 1,000 gold down. Let's see who's heavier.
That'll be the idea. And Flandre, of course, known for having a little bit of time in the kitchen, has played some interesting champions out there. Was one of our first Yorick enjoyers. Was, of course, a big proponent of the Graves top when he won Worlds. Has always had just a little bit of that chef in him. It feels like a lot of top laners out there do. We've seen it from the likes of Mirwins and Broken Blades and Darians and all these other players across the years. So it does feel like top lane often has some of the more unusual options, to one extent. Slowed down by the Rune Prison. It's more like a Rune restraining order. You know, it's not quite full incarceration.
It's Rune House Arrest.
Yeah, Rune House Arrest, exactly.
You're allowed to move, but within this small area. No, that is actually Camille Ultimate. You're allowed to move, but only within this small area. Xiaohuangran really hates dogs. Just really hates them. He's on Flandre's side of the map again. Suppose not going for a full dive this time. Root into the ult onto Hoya, who's feeling a little less happy about things. Flandre going over towards Xiaohuangran now.
Think about potentially siphoning the power of the Gromp, but will not do so. What's Nasus ult name again? Is it Fury of the Sands? Flash from Kyle into Feather being a lot of danger. Does get the heal, means nothing at all. As that Comet Spear just makes sushi out of Nami.
Yep, there's Fury of the Sands for Nasus and Fury of the Mans for Pantheon.
The Sands Mans.
I can't remember any of Pantheon's voice lines right now. I was about to say, I will not yield, but of course that's Cassante, who is a very furious man when he ults. Tarzan going to be clearing through the side of the map now. Like, that's a nasty dive. I just don't see how you play with a bot lane this far behind. Flandre at least is starting to clear out. Will he get himself the Q on the minion? He will! Yay! Plus stacks
now, finally. Getting a little bit more farm. Backing away from some of this wave, though. And in fairness, Nasus into the Jace can sometimes be a bit of a weird one for Jace. If you get withered in the wrong space, you really do want to play with your range best you can. As over they come, though, and no Fury of the Sands to work with. Flandre is caught under this turret. It's a 3v1. You shouldn't be there. I know the minions taunt you, dearest Nasus players, but sometimes you just have to let the wave go.
I think what Flandre was trying to do is survive through to one last E on the wave to wave clear out so they can't kill the turret on that wave. You can see that they're backing off. Now Shanks could actually, if you wanted to, teleport onto that side of the map and protect that turret. Might actually be able to walk. No, okay, Hoy's gonna be able to stick around. Okay, so that is it actually. So by dying for the last wave, he gets another E down, which means that the tower is not dead. Shanks can now walk up and save the turret. So basically, it's a death to say you will not get this tower I die for it, and we'll just hope that the macro works out after that point. Argument as to whether that is worth it, but that is what I assume the logic is.
Whether the logic is a valid set of decision making, I cannot tell you right now. However, this has been the case for now.
So, checking in on the ball and chain on both sides, 1.2k for Nasus, but on the other side, near enough 2k for the bot lane. Look, I like 1xN and Feather a lot. This is not on them. Tarzan came down to their lane early, mashed them. Anyone's Legend have managed to rotate around the map to make sure that 1xN and Feather can't escape the bad lane. Look, if this was Anyone's Legend, with their bot lane suffering early, they would have found a way to swap out of that lane effectively and stop them from getting dunked down on. They are much better at the early swaps. TT, they're just not there in terms of that macro level. They're just not there. Anyone's Legend are the best early swap team. Maybe the best strategic early game team. Notice I say strategic because I think some teams can execute better in early game, because I think BLG's lanes are stronger. I think potentially top esports can have a side of that too. But I think in terms of the plans that they put in, Anyone's Legend are really good at saying, okay, we'll swap away at 3 minutes as soon as the lane swap detection folds, and we'll get some value out of it. So, showcasing that here, I think, again.
That will keep our eyes on. Of course, TT actually had a very good set of early games yesterday against Weber. And partly how they ended up winning that series was off really good early snowballs that Anyone's Legend have been able to outthink and play them early on, and that's not been a great space for TT because they come into a mid-game brawling. It looks bad. Setup gonna hop away between worlds. I don't know whether you needed to pop the ult there. The first of the flash on Tarzan could have gotten a bit tricky.
I think they knew that Pantheon was... that is tilting. That is tilting. You ulted out a little bit skittishly, thinking, oh, well, I've just got to get out of the Pantheon ultimate. That is too far. That is way too far. Walking up and thinking that you were safe at that point, you had no information as to whether they backed out of that brush, and Satsab, very easy death for them. This game was already hard. You're playing without a bot lane for a significant portion of this game right now. You're not at Imperial Mandate for the Nami, which is such an crucial spot. You normally expect that by this kind of point in the game. Anyone's Legend are going to steamroll again.
It does feel like this game is a bit of a done deal right now, unless we get a bit of recovery coming on in. Needs to be a really good fight around one of these next objectives, or a really good set of picks. It's just not happened. And Xiao Huangran, yes, it's been some decent dive top. Yes, this Jace is in fairness pretty strong, but the game's not been about the Jace so far. Maybe made about the Jace, I think, will be a different question.
Point in chat. Give TT's draft to AL and we'd see a slaughter at 15. There's something to that. I think just the way that AL play through their lanes in their early game has been so clinical compared to other teams. TT, look, they are playing with a replacement jungler. By the way, Sam, there was a very funny comment on Chinese socials after the game yesterday with TT versus Weibo, where you know that Tian was replaced by Bo and FPX.
Yeah.
So, Tian couldn't beat Beichuan because they lost to BLG, so he couldn't beat Bo's replacement. And he couldn't beat Bo's replacement, Xiao Huangran, because they lost to TT the other day. So poor Tian has been saying, like, I was benched by Bo, his replacement, and then, like, the grandchild replacement also ended up beating him. Feathers caught out again. Fishy, dead.
Gets the heal. I don't know whether that was needed. I actually did a decent job of sidestepping the comments bit, but there is...
Wait, hang on. Flandre got the one... Wait, there's a 1-for-1 under the turret while this happened, by the way. Shanks can teleport here too, choosing to push in bot side. Further, I'm not actually sure he's safe yet. Okay, maybe he is by now.
Ended with a 1-for-1 under that turret. And good escape from the Nami. Between worlds comes across a little bit shy. Hoyo goes on
Great
front, but Tarzan just presses the Aegis Assault and begins to turn it around. He's not on defense anymore. In comes the teleport. Shanks now around, looking to put some spell flux and some rune presses out of Feather. After all of that work, still dies in a double kill to Tarzan. Now there's a realm walk forwards, but Hoya is swift enough with his form changes and acceleration gate to be out to safety.
Can't believe that Tarzan was like, I'll take that last kill. You escaped me earlier, Navi, but not today. Shanks pushes in bot lane, teleports up towards top side. There's a 5-kill jungler in the game now. Tarzan is obscenely fed. And you can see right there the value of the Pantheon taking a single directional fight of his choosing. He gets all of the damage onto one side. We didn't see this on screen because Navi was dying. Flandre, oh, the Wither. And towers are kind of busted, I guess. That Wither was very important
nasty, yeah.
Teleport behind Shanks now doesn't have flash. Good for Q flash forwards. This should be a dead flash, Shanks.
Should well be. There's a grab.
Oh, maybe not.
Starfall! Stays alive for a second or two longer now for a 1v2 for a moment. As Tarzan looking to trade on in. Setup in danger. Shield vault onto Xiao Huang and alongside that smite for the slow. Looking for another Q. Auto comes on down. They get the damage back, but Hope is here. Will still likely end up being the 2 for 2. Make that a 2 for 3, I apologize. As of course, the Aurora falls too.
Okay, so mid-jungle down from Anyone's Legend, but as you're saying, the whole top side of TT blasted in the last series of plays there. Hope gets to stay out on the map. TT are always losing out by just a little bit, even in plays which they should be winning cleanly. Like that, you say, oh, you know, should be just a dead Shanks at the start of it. Takes long enough that Tarzan gets to respond quickly. This is one of the big... Look, if you're going to take away a lesson from this game, which you can apply to any meta game right now, teleports are slow. If you're defensively playing, you want a global, not a teleport. If Tarzan, in a theoretical scenario, Feather might die here, by the way, but if he had a teleport and not his ultimate in that scenario, AL do not win that plane. The same kind of thing happens with Talia, same kind of thing happens with Galio, Shen, Sion. All of these champions that can follow up very, very quickly can be so, so powerful. Because if you know that the fight is happening, you get to respond quicker.
That's a very astute read on that. There's TT. Managed to interrupt Flandre's back by spotting Mono Ward in the middle of the lane that he went look to sweep and then missed it. Set up. Hit with a little bit of CC though. Forced down about half. The tidal wave comes across Tarzan as well. Also about half. The culling doesn't really hit onto him though. And of course TT can't step forward with 1XM because Shanks is waiting. Forces the cleanse out of him. He's down to 10% HP. Into the backline they go. Just Kyle. Between worlds comes on down. Makes it a bit of a more even fight. Setup does go across the veil to get out to safety. But the eye now being guarded. Realm Warp available. Hope steps on forwards with Shanks. Will not join the Realm Warp actually. But still tries to step onto Feather. 1XM flashing. Makes it a 1-for-1 there. However, Hoya still dies to Hope. Credit to 1XM for at least taking the ride with him. But yikes.
I'm kind of surprised that 1XN went down there, actually. For me, it's on Shanks being turning that into a 1-for-1, flashing over the Rune Prison, killing the Lucian. He could have he was thinking about which target to kill there, basically. As soon as 1XN flashed over the wall, it's like, okay, I need to kill the Lucian. This guy will gun me down. I think Shanks good mechanical play at the back end, sadly losing his flash though, of course, in there too. 1XN burst out so hard hit. The Lucian Nami is not, you know, gunning someone down with the the culling, rather. Really early into the fight. This Lucian Nami is not getting the mid lane control that they need. You are playing with such a deficit in that bot lane role. It's really hard to play out. Now, 1XN does actually get a lot of value here. Shanks used a lot of his cooldowns onto the Nami instead. Shanks does get that last kill onto Feather. Very close to taking a 2-man there, actually.
Hope, I think, got a bit done in by the Z axis between the river and the entrance to the jungle there as well. He thought he was in the Realm Warp and was not. And so just sat there looking a bit awkward and had to turn onto the Jace, and it left Shanks in a 1v2 that I think he was expecting would be a 2v2.
So 3,000 gold lead, dragging over towards Anyone's Legend. It feels like the game's been going on longer than it has. There is still a lead for the Jace. I just don't think Jace carries this kind of game. I just don't think it. You've got a Pantheon ult and a Rise ult that can drop into his lane. It's a lethality Jace, so he does blow up even quicker. And Hoya is not known for playing that reserved and safe that well. As in, like, you can attack Hoya and you tend to get value out of it. Now, his Yorick last game was good, actually. I don't think it was the problem that game. In fact, he was the best player on his team, I think. But even then, he was attacked in those side lanes. AL have the tools to do that. So even though it's only a 3k gold lead, I suppose, in the top lane, at the top of your screen, rather, I think it's actually worse than that because a lot of your gold is onto a champion that you can actually take off the board from Anyone's Legend quite easily.
On the other side, this Ezreal is going to be an absolute nightmare to take apart, I think, for TT, especially considering your Lucian army aren't strong enough to really threaten with your goals. But at the moment I say that, Hope is actually about to maybe die, stays alive with the courtesy of a heal. Xiao Huang tries to get away, the flash out of the shield vault as Kyle brings down the Nami. Kyle does finally get brought low by the weirding combo, but that's still not enough to turn that into a winning play. 3-for-1 in favor of Anyone's Legend.
Again, look how quickly Anyone's Legend responds to that play. Teleports come through, you have the ult coming through from Tarzan, and immediately, snap, 3 people come into the play, and TT can't finish off the play quickly enough. Hope survives with good use of heal, barrier, and of course the mobility through from that champion too. Unlucky for TT to not finish off their Ezreal early. However, I think even if they did, don't actually think it changed the outcome of that play. It's AL, walk away, bunch of kills, go towards the Atakan, and the gold lead, and the gold lead, which was 3k, goes up another 1,000. Another objective goes over. TT, much like last game, just losing out by a significant margin even when it should be a bit of a winning play in their better case scenarios.
So this was the attempted play. Q into ult, let's hope. Goes down about 10%, but the tidal wave isn't quite synced with the Vial, and Hope gets to jump away.
Look how quickly they respond. Like, we are in a global meta right now, folks. You need something that can respond to a play quickly. Now, whether that is a long-range Jin W, a Zeri E over a wall, stuff which we don't normally think of as a semi-global or something like that, having something that can respond to a play very quickly is very important. Very, very important. So I've been so passionate talking about it recently. And of course, solo laners always bring a teleport. But having an extra tool from that, from jungle, from other roles, can be very, very important to you. And Anyone's Legend showcasing, you know, why they're succeeding in this meta, partly due to that.
It's the one. If you're wondering why it feels like the game's gone on a lot longer than it has, maybe look at the kill score. We are, in fact, at 26 kills in 20 minutes where we were at 22 at 15 or something. It has been a action-packed game, to say the least. We are well over a kill a minute. Every skirmish seems to be drawing significant blood. 1xN. Gets on forward, lands a bit of a chunk there onto the Ezreal. Flandre, they're looking for a flank and look to throw down that big old burn. I'm trying to remember, it's not Soul Furnace, and it's not Soul Flare.
Soulfire.
Soulfire, I knew it was something like that.
So you have a Siphoning Strike as your Q, and you have Wither, Soulfire, and then Fury of the Sands as your ultimate.
I was thinking, I know it's not Karma Mantra Q. It is, however, quite similar.
And then the passive is something Soul as well, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can't remember that one. I used to know that one. But it does basically give you free lifesteal, which is really nice. It's pretty cool. A lot of good stats. It's gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet, as he was behind the game. Needs to give you a bit more tanky. Not going to be as much of a duelist. Is he going? Hang on a second. There is a Black Clover to deny some of that tankiness. Gets himself that phase rush. One of the good things about, you know, whacking someone and then getting the auto key reset, get a very quick phase rush. Shank's getting great damage on. Oh my god, he's going to solo kill him.
Just walks at him. That Rise is absolutely speaking no English right now. That is nasty stuff. Hope in the mid lane throwing out some Qs. TP in from Hoya. Looking for a shock blast. It hits no one. Maybe a Q over the wall here, but Tarzan spots with a good control ward. Hoya then jumped on with a shield. Volshow doesn't get any value. He's into the back and immediately get hit with a pop blossom and dead. At least one makes them brings down Shanks. And you look for some more. Nice combo with that shock blast and makes it a 2 for 2.
I mean, is that mid lane turret or the Tower of Babel? Because it goes from, wow, they don't speak in English to, what language are they speaking? Double kill on both sides, which is actually pretty good for TT. They do get themselves a couple of shutdowns with that one. I think I probably should have just killed the turret at some point in that. Zetom tries to defend a ward. 2 levels down.
Oh, no.
Very quick rune prison comes through. Shanks on a hair trigger. I mean, the psychopath is just there. It's like, just give me a reason. Just give me a reason. I'll pull the trigger. Starts EQing all over the poor opposing mid laner. I think at this point, Anyone's Legend should have actually just killed the turret. You did have enough damage to kill that. Instead, Shanks ends up getting isolated off the side. It is a good tidal wave, actually. The tidal wave separates him away from the team, and then Hope tries to kill the turret. And he actually gets that memo a bit later, saying, yes, I can kill the turret. Backdoor bonus had fallen off. Instead, dies.
Yeah, bit disrespectful of the turret aggro. That was, in fairness, a really good tidal wave, good turnaround.
Oh,
does give a
Soul
kill.
Eater is the passive. Thank you, Blade.
Soul... The hit anime Soul Eater?
Yeah.
Is this Kane a sword? Does it speak to him?
Maybe.
I never watched Soul Eater.
No, me neither. I saw a bit of the art style. I thought, huh, that's very recognizable.
Yeah.
Person with that giant scythe as well. Which then, you know, Owari and Seraph really tried to do its own thing with that too. Actually, she was one of the better characters in that show. The show was painfully mid, but that character was pretty cool.
That's true. Also, Kane is clearly not a Soul Eater reference, by the way.
No, not at all. They should really remake the Goth skin line and give Kane one of them, by the way. Good combo onto Xiaohuang. Nico's doing quite a lot of damage, actually, because they've got a lot of gold in that.
Quite a lot of work. Satab was thinking about coming to fight this and went, yeah, no, maybe not. And they will get a second dragon. Of course, it is only second dragon. This has been traded early on, so not all that fast approaching a soul or something like that. A couple dragons away from that before anyone's actually 3 if TT wants to get towards it.
Blue Exorcist was also painfully mid. In fact, that show is like the definition of a mid show. It's like, nothing's inherently bad about it, but there's very little good about it either. Like, it's got nice character designs.
I remember the name, that's it.
And Sam, that's all I remember about the show, and I did watch it. And that's the only... I remember character designs in the title, and that's it.
Pop Blossom! Angle onto Hoya, in comes the ground Starfall, and that Jace is gone, surely! Finally goes down. Kyle will get traded at the back end of it already, though. Setup is dead. Xiaohuang went forced to flash away. Slow onto 1xN, who can't do any more. Has already used the culling and the flash. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 plus the turret. Spell Flux on Xiaohongren. I don't know how easy he can walk up here as Shanks is feeling it again. Soul Fire comes on down as the Comet Spear comes flying. Nice observing skills, tracking that skill shot. True Shot Barrage comes along, trying to get away! True Shot by name, True Shot by nature. Hope, Chinese Sniper.
He gets himself like 3 hits on his ult there. It's a 3-person ultimate and also a sniper at the end. My dude, he's on good form there. So, Annual's Legend not only get the kills, they also get themselves the turret, as you were saying beyond that point. Flandre gets to return to his side lane. 5k gold lead. Again, you think, oh well, but Jace is so far ahead. Jace got demolished in that play. And you're so far behind as the Lucian. The Lucian can't carry a fight. The way that I look at team fights right now, and I think this is the easiest way to track a team fight, is who can carry if after the initial cooldowns are gone. Because, you know, once you've used that burst, who can carry? Now, in this game, I think you have, on the side of TT, normally you would expect Jace, Lucian, sometimes Aurora. She's a bit more bursty, a little bit hard to do that. And someone like Vi, very occasionally, but still, it really is kind of like about Jace and Lucian first and foremost. On the other side, it's about the Ryze and the Ezreal. Occasionally, the Nasus can too, but when you're behind that, that's not the case. Lucian is no longer on that list because he's so far behind. Very rarely does an AD carry fall to that point. I say that now. He does have that 3 items now, so maybe he can return to that list again. But as soon as the Jace went down in that fight, I'm like, well, that's it. Yeah. Like, Jace is the one person that can carry your team fights right now with that gold lead.
And the thing is, right, like the Lucian is actually similar farm to the actual 2-1 and 3. That's not a bad scoreline. It's just on the other side. Hope is 8-1 with loads more turrets in him, and he's nearly at a 4th item. Lucian has at least got the 3rd, but has been able to get to tier 2 boots, which again, when you're into things like Ryze, Nico, Pantheon, all these people who you do actually need to be quite aware of your positioning on, not having the tier 2 mobility can be a little bit scary.
Just in Twitch, I will not take any Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood slander. It is an awesome show. It is one of the true 10 out of 10s there. You can call it a slow start. I call it appropriate world building and character building. It's wonderful. Everyone should watch it. It is one of the very objectively best shows out there. It's
also, Full Metal Alchemist, the original, is also really good.
Yeah,
Just a very different story.
It is. The thing with Full Metal Alchemist is that it overtook the manga, and then they had to do their own thing, and then they had to make it up as they went along. TT, they're going to have to make it up as they go along. See, that was a great segue. Great segue. Yes, they have no vision, and that's the jungler core as Baron's alive. That's a problem.
Was not a great face check. In comes Shanks behind them all with a Realm War. And the Vi gets a bit of shielding, but a blast shield is not unfortunate enough to stop the full might of the battle station that is Ryze and Pantheon.
That's so much damage.
Just EQ'd.
When you hit level 16 and your combo gets even more powerful because your ult passive is, by the way, your combos do more, it is just so unfair. 3 levels ahead. Shanks has had an awesome game on the Ryze, being such a catalyst, no pun intended, he actually builds them.
All Ryze mains. EQ, EQ, EQ.
Oh, what fun we have. If you ever get a chance, check out the Ryze main subreddit. It's great. I know you weren't... by the way, like, I know you weren't saying that Full Metal Alchemist it was bad, but yes, I just wanted to make sure. I had to very clarify. It's very important to me that people do not take that as slander.
Right. Alex, Cowboy Bebop.
He missed the cannon Q. He misses 12 stacks from it.
Minus 12.
Yes.
Minus 12 in chat. Question.
Yes.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood or Cowboy Bebop?
Oh,
I say Cowboy Bebop.
Now the thing is, I actually think that Full Metal Alchemist is a better show. I think that Cowboy Bebop has a much more important message.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see it.
Look, I say that as well. There's some very important messages in that too.
Oh, feeling a little, isn't he? Oh dear, the little Lego man goes down for the count. Kyle pulls back away. Uses his cloak to body block a lot of the culling. His setup needs to back on out of that one.
Yeah, for those people that don't know, Xiaohongren translates to vaguely minion or small person.
There we go. He's going to get taken out on the other side of the GA, so it doesn't really bring Tarzan down for the count now, does it? He gets to hop on forwards, and again, we've got a 2-level advantage in the jungle, which is always scary. Shanks does get hit for a fair amount of damage, but he's zero shields, so he just doesn't die. The True Shot Barrage is just half of Nami's health bar as an afterthought.
10-1 and 3 on the Ezreal, by the way. Hope is snuffing out TT's version of it. There's Nasus. Pressing ult on top side, halving his Q cooldown, and absolutely whacking him with a baton. Here comes the Pantheon for funsies, I guess. So that's going to be 2 inhibitors down in quick succession.
Well, there we go. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom headquarters, anyone's legend are about to bring low Thunder Talk Gaming. You have to... just eviscerates the Lucian. 1xN, X marks his spot. He is gone. Turrets are out, and Anyone's Legend make it a statement game. It is a swift, convincing, brutal tour.
Pushing up the daisies, gone to meet his maker. He's an X1XN. Hope, insane performance on that Ezreal. It's hard to pick an MVP for this. I think Hope had a lot of the highlight plays. I think that the Realm Warps were actually potentially more important, putting his body on the line there. That was very, very dominant. TT were schooled. This was a classroom. And Anyone's Legend were very much the lecturer in this. They showed how to play out the early game lane swaps, how to play around globals and quick rotations, quick responses to plays. If you want to learn how to play the global quick response meta right now, watch Anyone's Legend in these kind of games. I know that TT weren't the strongest opposition today, but you can see the theory in motion. Really impressive stuff. Love to see them coming out with a performance like this. Anyone's Legend, firmly in our top echelons of the LPL.
Wow!
Top esports have locked top 4, by the way, interestingly enough. I was wondering whether Anyone's Legend have done the same. I don't think they have. I think 12 wins currently the benchmark for that, given the state of some other teams. Each team will play, I believe it's 18 best of 3s, by the way, because you have 9 teams to face them twice. 18. You have 18 best of 3s. And Anyone's Legend have just done their 15th, so 3 left for them.
Also on the other side, we know LGD and Edward Gaming will be joining the bottom 6 from Group Ascend in the lower bracket of playoffs. Some gold content from Nymaera.
Oh my god, that's going to be on for a very long time. Okay, well, let it play once or twice, then I will have to take that off because that will be there for like half an hour.
That is pretty awesome, though.
Thank you so much again, Mecha. And if you were someone that was gifted a sub as well, please stick around. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Pushing up the daisies. What is that? Pushing up the daisies, but there wasn't an Ivern here. Well, you know.
Daisy.
It's what was the thing? Was it summon a spellbook? Well, no, what was it? What was the ultimate roulette thing where you could get like random champion ultimates?
Oh, it was ultimate spellbook.
Ultimate spellbook. It was ultimate spellbook. That's the one. Okay, pre-roll's still off for now.
While you're thinking of fun fact and Akashi, let me do the spiel.
There was also yes. Okay, I gotta go to the toilet, so I'm gonna go.
You do that. I'll do a quick spiel because hello guys, my name is Initialise. That was Nymaera. You may know them from such things as the LEC, LPL, a few other shows here and there. I've also done things like LEC, Amir Masters, NLC currently, which has been pretty damn awesome. Thank you very much for hanging out here on the channels. We are live on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. We're live on the YouTube. We're also live over on Anivia's YouTube channel as well, which is really, really awesome. So thank you very much for coming and hanging out here on one of those 3 different channels. And for those of you who can, please do consider following, liking, subscribing, commenting on the YouTube. It really helps discoverability, helps bring us a bit more coming on. And for those of you who can, please do consider dropping a Prime sub, gifting subs, throwing that £5 out or whatever to get a regular sub. It really does help keep us in business. Mecha, thank you again for the gift sub bomb earlier. 100 subs is no small thing, so thank you very much for keeping our community engaged. It is super, super appreciated. There you go. But there you go. That is the speech. Also, you can follow me. I'm at Initialise Cast on multiple different platforms. That's Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Insta, pretty much all the things. Doom Boss is great too, but it won't ever come back. Yeah, unlikely at the minute. I think it would be cool to come back. I thought it was a really fun game mode, but I don't know what the dev cost is at the minute on it. I'm glad we got things like Demon's Hand and the Animus City wave defense stuff, which I thought was really, really cool. Bring back Ascension game mode. Huh. Still use perfect ascension icon on my own account? Damn. I use the basic shield icon, so I started and will always use it. It's like the rose for Faker. Well, thank you for the sub. Hey, thank Mac for that one, I suspect. He has been throwing a lot of gifts out. Pretty awesome. Pretty sure you played Chiv for it. Ah. I think I got my first perfect game in like 15-20 games, damn. The only icon I would ever use is Santa Baron. And I joined right before it came out, so I didn't get it. No! Disaster. Tarzan with the MVP. He was very good, in fairness. Was a very good pantheon game. I wonder whether Hope might get it after a really strong laning phase and all the kills. But in fairness, the early dives, the plays to get things rolling were largely off Tarzan's back, so I can see the angle here. Might be a bit of a split vote. I can see Shanks maybe getting a nod here as well. Welcome back. Tarzan got MVP.
Okay, yeah, I mean, good odds. I'd probably give it to Shanks, actually.
He entered a little too sometimes. I didn't see what the vote split was, actually. I was a bit distracted.
So I'm probably not going to stick around for the second series.
That's fine.
But luckily, what I did today, by the way, is I put the game sound down a little lower so I could afford to talk a little quieter, basically. Because sometimes I can, you know. Okay, so we got MVP 3. Let's play some words on stream.
Right, let me get myself my first coffee of the day.
Okay.
And I shall return.
there's no second. AL20? Yeah, we did say that. We were already seeing that. Retort's a good one. Auto. So both the T's are good. The E is fine. Don't know the hidden letter yet, which is a problem. Not knowing this beetroot's good. Oh, so B is hidden. B is hidden, D is
好的，
false.
来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉，恭喜 AR 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了香克斯选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AR 香克斯。
好的，欢迎香克斯选手啊！今天也是比较顺利的2比0赢下了这场比赛，所以整个比赛的协同性，包括比赛的内容，跟赛前构思的相同吗？做到了是多少呢？
我觉得我们确实整体运营啊配合都是非常好的吧。然后至于做到了多少，感觉肯定是还是可以更好的，但是做到也还不错。
还是可以有进步的一个部分。
One top, 2 ADC, 2 support, 3 jungle. Oh, I mean, it was a pretty even game.
一些队伍会选择
No mid votes. Huh, I would have given some
今天
to.
是上下经常都是同时有收获，怎么做到的呢？
Oh, Reba's good. Damn, that's gonna get us through. Clutch, bro. Clutch.
判断吧，大家就是做一件事，就是如果都一致的话，就去做。
这一局也选到了安妮这个英雄啊，在前2个版本都有一些小小的加强嘛，所以登场率也在增加。比起岩雀、狐狸这样比较常规的选择，可能优先级是如何的呢？
What's it called? Very nearly
平时怎
perfect.
么样会去选择？
Okay, we're gonna get to the point now where it starts switching through letters a lot quicker, which is a pain in the
安妮，
ass.
我个人感觉就是给队友当狗的英雄吧，就是如果队友能 C 那就选。
哦，队友能够 C 能打输出的话，但是现在版本加强之后，其实自己的输出也是蛮高的嘛。但是我们的召唤师们在玩这个英雄的时候，可能会面临一个问题啊，恨不得有这个大乱斗里面的雪球技能，就是它的开团时机和开团角度会比较难一些，能不能教教大家？
Super.
有闪就往 C 位脸上
So R is hidden. R is hidden, folks. R is hidden.
第2局也是选出了很久没见的狗头这个英雄。这个英雄大家都知道，前期可能会比较容易被欺负。
Oh no, it's not. No, no, sorry.
队伍其他路都一直在
Speeds. Oh, so it's a second. Oh, I'm bad. I was trying to check your messages, but
就是老朱这把玩的有点难受吧，然后我们就一直说没事吧，然后毕竟我们也赚了非常多嘛，就是我们4个是肥的，那他就是怎么难受都没关系吧，就是。
今天整体下来打的还是比较轻松的，整个队伍的氛围也是比较轻松。明天也是我们香克斯的生日了，今天我们的粉丝们也准备了很多应援给你。从出道到现在，成长为了更好的大人，更好的选手，所以新的1岁对自己有什么样的一个期待吗？
I've not been able to track what I think is the hidden letter or not.
希望自己永远进步吧，就是每天就是
Anyone know what the false one is here?
好吧，就对自己有这样的期待。
好的，也提前祝你生日快乐！感谢香克斯来到我们赛后采访的环节，接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
Thank you, Shanks, for the interview.
AD 有进化 ，AD 有进化 ，Rare 还有闪现的，
没进化
，OK， 打强拍就行了。
You need to get a certain amount of words to get them to reveal everything.
推塔吗？
完了，
感觉可以啊。哦，有人没血了。看普阵，好，普阵没。
Oh god.
能看
Q2秒。看 AD
没闪，
哎呦，
跟不上，
慢点，我死了。Nice， 一波吧，
推上一波吧。
Nice.
我们全冲一塔了。
他们音乐我又操作了。
他解
对，看我这个位置，兄弟们，来，
我向方斗，应该有闪。
娜美呢？
也都没闪，看纳米可能没闪。这次没闪。这次玩不了成场。
OK， 没事。
我打断这次。哦，我觉得他。
卢仙可能毙了，不知道。
加油，上场！
我赖住了，我很肥啊。
对，踢了，踢了，
杰斯踢了，
不用怕的。
可以扑 ，AD 没进化的。
看杰斯。
我也扑着，对他，对前哦，
我推上了，我
推下吧。
可以压，我有大概7秒，先别拿龙吧，有一波的。
看一下我。
Was that truck?
有还有重要是吧？
我上了一波。
Is K hidden? Was that truck? Is K hidden?
花有大。有一波，有这一波了。
我大
No, I don't think so.
你们靠我一波了。
哎，有这一波。
I didn't see what that word was.
哎，那靠
Why is hidden? Why is hidden? Okay. Great long words, what the hell? F is fake, right? Do we run out? No, not yet. We still got about 15 minutes of pre-roll, and I wanted to run another round or two of this. Oh shit, let's go. Wait, it only reveals when you pass the round now? Damn, it's harsh. Reveals at the last log, right, okay. By the way, if you're on one of the other chats, you can scan the... I don't know whether it's too small, but you can scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to join in from there. This is only for Twitch chat right now. I will get hydrated, and I'll do it with the drink you got me. Thank you. Do the logs mean anything? Yeah, basically, if you guess a correct word yourself, you can't guess again until the next thing. Reads. Okay, so 2 of the E's are safe. Oops. Was that cedar? Okay, so I is fake, maybe? I might be fake. I think I is fake, because I think cedar was good. We don't know the hidden yet. I think I is fake. How does the game work? You get these letters on the screen, you try and make words from that combination, use a Scrabble score. But the later you go on, there are letters which are fake, and there's a letter which is hidden as well, and also eventually you don't even get to know what a correct thing is. You're only allowed to guess once per block on the screen, so once it goes beyond that, it will get you more. Oh, it's looking a little bit doomed. Level 22 is pretty damn good, folks. Oh, juice. These we already have to go. Oh, this is getting fucking close. Any last one? Close. Damn. Okay, well, and then you get to start again if you fail. So close. Close, everyone. Yeah, if you just type out question marks, it'll just give you all the answers, you know? Okay, pretty soon. What the heck? Didn't even know that was a thing. This is a very short set of words. Now, the good thing about this is that you should be able to get a perfect round from this.
I've returned. I will have shortly after having put my put my coffee on. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get some of that pasta for lunch. Cool. Because there's some left.
Nice. I'm very happy for you.
I am too, Alex. I am too.
Yeah, you can guess on your phone. I don't know whether it just opens up a browser page or something, but yeah. Wait, no, I guess you could do it. Wait, do you have to do it on your phone? Maybe there's just a website for it, I'm not sure. Damn. Good job, everyone.
Hello
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人泱泱。我们邀请到的是深圳 NIP 的辅助选手 PP God。Hello， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 NIP 的辅助 PP God。
Golden
最
Rayquaza，
近呢，
nice。
深圳 NIP 是
Gen 3
终于
was
找
always
到
my
了胜利的感觉
favorite。Rayquaza is
哈。
one
过
of
去
my
的
favorite
2场
ones。
比赛，你们有拿下比赛的胜利，也有从强对手中抢下1小分的情况出现。所以你觉得现在 NIP 的状态怎么样呢？
感觉我们最近的状态在慢慢变好吧，就是找到自己赢游戏的方式了。
今天你们面对到的对手是FPX，在第1轮交手的过程当中，你们是遗憾落败嘛？那在那之后有没有做哪些调整？觉得今天比赛的重点会是在哪儿呢？
就输给FPX我们就找自己问题嘛，我就对线还有一些团战上的问题。然后今天重点感觉就是在前期跟他们打支援团上面的处理吧。
前期建立优势很重要哈，也期待你们稍后比赛的精彩表现。一会儿见。
I mean, it's alphabetical, so it has to be R or later, right? Then it's just figuring it out from there.
Hello Share， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是FPX的圣诞Share。
那你们在上场比赛当中呢，是赢下了目前组内排名较高的对手，同时你们在
I didn't even see. What was the last one? I have no idea.
交手的时候也是获得了比赛的胜利嘛。
Turger, I have no idea what the heck Turger is.
心情是怎样的呢？
感觉上
Today we learned.
对我们的帮助特别大，就让我们很有信心现在。
那其实今天
Thanks for the follow, by the way.
面对的对手，你要去对位的上单选手也发生了变化嘛？那对于你自己来说，会觉得比赛的准备会有什么不一样吗？
感觉还是
No way NIP will win 2-0. Look, this could be a 3-game series.
好，那就期待你们稍后比赛的精彩表现，一会儿见。
Holy crap, this is fast. The thing I like about this game is that it does actually get you in chat, like, engaged a bit more. Even if you're not someone that chats more, you can just type a random word in. And I see you guys typing. Seen a lot of people do first-time chats for this game, which is fun. Which is cool. I support the lurkers, folks. I support the lurkers. Okay, we'll do this round. We'll put some ads on, and then we'll get ready for a 1v1. And then I'll probably head off actually at that point. Sam will cover the rest of the games.
首先欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas， 上单 Solo Q， 打野 Aki， 中单 Doing B， 下路 Leaf， 辅助 PP God。
We'll see, but yeah, anyway, I've turned my mic back on now. Sorry, we were just talking about some business stuff in the background, folks. Oh shit, hang on, no shit. Well, we're doing another round now, sorry, oops. Well, we're doing another round now, even though they're a walkout.
Speed, people!
Just really quick.
You want to see the walkouts, you better be fast.
打野 Shadow， 中单 Care， 阿萨姆，辅助俊伟。
Fox. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's like Fox.
Yeah, but like it has to be 5 letters.
You 5 letter.
Now, for now. Once you get past a certain level, it has to be 5.
No.
I'll give you this now. Anyway, I'll leave you guys to it. I'm gonna take a break now. I'll leave you guys to the second series.
Okay.
What's up?
No, I wonder.
So there's a fake letter in the hidden letter.
Yeah, that's fine. I wonder what they.
There's also no E's. Well, okay, we might have been the hidden letter. It's nice to do this. Scams, cool. So M is hidden. M is hidden.
I think F might be fake.
Yeah. Basically, when you get to like the max letter ones, a lot of the time you'll see the letter which isn't part of that is fake.
Yeah.
So in this case, the F's not. So yeah. Okay.
Nicely done.
There we go. And then it's alphabetical as well, so you can tell that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's like you have like 2 CO starting. Like, well, there's got to be one of these. So yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a CA one.
Well, it could be CO as well, because the CAMP is actually quite late on. So we've already got comps. But if it was CO, it would have to be before COM. So or Capos. Oh, Capo. Oh, that's where's my thing? Capo. This is Guitar Capo. So it's one of these.
It's also, isn't it? It's like a rank within the Mafia or something as well.
Maybe. Yep. Is there a max level? I've no idea. We haven't reached it. But basically, once you get up to like people have it, yeah. So what I tend to do is I tab over, just minimize it, because it means that I can just bring it up next time I want to on this scene. Right, need to run some adverts now. So going to do that on Twitch. Of course, Mecha has waged a war on adverts, so
He has.
Solo Kill looks confident. Solo Kill has a right to look confident. He's looking pretty good recently.
Yeah, he has been a large portion of NIP's turnaround in recent weeks. Of course, they did go on an 8-series loss streak.
Yeah.
When you leave,
Yep.
I've got a bowl of pasta in the
I can make
microwave.
it, yep.
Can you get me that fork? And I would love you forever.
Done already, Sam.
Well,
What am I even here for?
I hate to tell you this, like it's like there's a gauge that gets filled up.
Right. Okay. It's like a mini boss fight.
Exactly. Golden Rayquaza followed us. Oh my days, we got a shiny Rayquaza in chat.
I was saying that's like super shiny because shiny Rayquaza's black.
Eh. Ooh, Shadow on the other side. Shadow has been a real revelation for FPX. Well, he's not been perfect, but he has been what the team needs in terms of being a very solid playmaker and a real go button. Shadow ain't no bitch. He will be going forwards at all different hours. Good to see you, Golden Rayquaza.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I need to get some. It's all right. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you. And I'm going to be super artsy and get like some rocket and stuff to put on my pasta and stuff like that because I need to use that salad. Akali for Shadow. My goat juggler. Are we getting? What are we gonna get on the other side? Lysandra? We'll wait and see what it is. Varus would be a bit more normal. Shadow, I think, is known for having a bit of an okay... Oh my days, we getting Irelia versus... There's some really fun matchups here. Of course, Solo Kill is notoriously a big Irelia player. So, obviously, kind of out of the meta. Alex actually brought me the bag of salad from the kitchen to add to my pasta. It's important. Eat your veg, folks. Get yourself some greenery in your life. There's a lot of it. You'll find something that you like. Excellent news. Eat your greens, exactly. Morning, Renitsu. Good to see you. Yasuo ban, yeah, against Shadow. I think he's known for having a little bit of a quite a good Yasuo in his back pocket. Peas are great. I'm very hit and miss on peas, I'm not going to lie. I like a lot of green, but peas never quite do. I think it might just be a texture thing. My dad loves them. Some of them I love. I really like things like fresh rocket. It's really peppery. Courgettes are wonderful for fritters and a great addition to things like curries. Peppers are great to blister. If you do them really hot, you can get a char on them. It's really good. Make sure you've got enough oil in there to make it worthwhile. But here we go, onto the rift we go. So I need to disappear. And prepare us all for the coming action. Irelia versus Akali. Well, this will be fun, won't it? So, Shadow, Ignite, and the Barrier. Barrier Snowball on the Irelia. Snowball's really good on Irelia. It helps you start Conqueror. Snowball 1 hits, that's 2 stacks. Snowball reactivation's another 2. Get a lot of value out of that. Obviously, the Irelia as well. Any way to get on top of someone that doesn't use your Q can be very valuable. So you get a lot of value out of your passive autos. There's a Snowball landing on forwards. Shuriken flip back on out. Defiant Dance there to help ignore some of that value. The Silas thumbs down emote. That is a staple here in the LPL. Shuriken flip only lands onto a minion, not the best. Flawless duet. Does need a bit of value. He's got so many thumbs down emotes. Shadow, how many thumbs down emotes do you own? Answers quite a lot. Losing some minions now. Lost access to the wave. Shuriken flip, Snowball. Nicely played by Solo Kill. There's the Twilight Shroud. Looks for another auto Q. Decent chunk back, but Solo Kill's still got that passive stack. Doesn't want to trade too heavily there. Pick up a lot of this wave under turret. Got lucky with the minion spawns there a bit. Be down about 5 CS. A bit rough here, but not the end of the world. Huh. Bum. Using the Shuriken Flip in the expanding Twilight Shroud. Get a bit of a speed up while you're waiting for gold. Shadow gets a decent auto off. Ignite, perfect execution. Vanguard dead used. Both ults down, summoner down. No one's dead. Solo kill. We'll at least pick up that shrine. It's Defiant Dance and lands it onto Shadow. Really obnoxious. Passively winning quite well here through farming better. Of course, the Aurelia main versus a jungler playing Akali is not quite the same. Lands the flawless duet after the Blade Surge as well. Solo kill can look for an angle here. Watch for the next flawless duet angle. Doesn't land it onto Shadow. Twilight Shroud down. Fight dance onto the wave. An angle to Q through. Snowball. Shadow. Let's be aware of the reactivation angle. Hex Drink already for solo kill makes this very difficult. That one up well enough. We'll need to reset shortly. Solo kill though, sticking around. I'm trying to fight dance this. He might be able to push for another wave here. Yeah. Shadow can't leave. Another reset comes on through. Up 700 gold just from laning. Not the best spot for this Akali to be in. Bullmore and Boots versus not a completed Leandries kind of sucks. "50 seconds until the Ring of Fire begins. Solo kill very much in a better position as far as I'm concerned. That full more. Good value into the Akali here. The Oblivion Orb is nice and all. Only overextended trade. Just want to take that Shuriken Flip backward. Be go through a lot of those minions. Yeah, gonna try and get this next reset off. I think probably for something like Merc Treads, perhaps. Yeah, Negatron Cloak. Oh my days. Sakali will do no damage. Hasn't got boots. Hasn't got a completed item. Full Rift Maker. Not a Leandries. Sorry, I should have realised with the Fiendish Codex. Bit more of a sustain build. Flawless Duet wide. Shadow needs to be wary here, I think, of that fully stacked Aurelia passive. Nothing else. I missed a cannon. This point doesn't mean all that much, but a lot of damage there. Missed the 5-point strike, so he answers Shuriken Flip. Flawless Duet goes wide in turn. Solo kill with the passive stacked. Shadow not really doing a decent job of getting all that much healing as yet. This is another cannon. Queued onto, lands a Shuriken Flip. Perfect execution, comes on down. Gets back on top of Solo kill. Got the barrier. Needs to try and find the Twilight Tribe. Misses another Q. Solo kills. Shield times out. So much healing off the wave. And Shuriken Flips back into the fire. The Aurelia main knows where it's at. Shadow having some fun with it. Couldn't make it work, unfortunately, for him. Better know for Aurelia. That's the one. How could a guy named Solo Kill lose a 1v1? Not exactly. Shadow's smile is so pure. He does have a very sort of like boyish smile, doesn't he? I love the Tom and Jerry mouse mat there for Sheer. It's wonderful. Sheer had a Doraemon mouse mod too as well. Oh my days, that's hilarious. Sheer, what a king. I know, brother. Forgive me while I munch on my lunch. Turn the volume down here. Sorry about that. Grab number 1. NIP versus FPX. Yone Nico Pantheon. What am I eating? I made some chicken, olive, bacon, and tomato. Spinach and ricotta pasta. With a little Parmesan chili, rosemary, and a few other bit of herbs in there. Good garlic amount. Basil, a lot of basil. For improv pasta, it wasn't bad. Last night's leftovers. But there we go. The mid lane ban's very heavy. Lots of globals off the board here as well, with the Pantheon, Galio, and Rise off. And even things like the Annie, Nico, Yone, all really big go buttons. But that means Vive first pick for NIP to take away from Shadow. An immediate Talia locking to get a global anyway. British people using spice, we honestly use quite a lot. You gotta remember, every town in the UK has at least one curry house. I struggle to find spices much more readily in Europe than I do in the UK. Much more readily. Like, I had to go hunting for smoked paprika. Find that in my local corner store in the UK. But for the life of me, for all that Germany loves paprika, smoked paprika is a nightmare. By EU, I mean the European Union, for the record. But on that one. For all that we're missing on that one. But I do think like Germany, France, harder to find certain kinds of spices. Yeah, like everyone uses spice in the UK, it's ridiculous. But it's also because it's like a big part of the like it's a big part of like sports culture and youth culture is doing things like going to a curry house and ordering the spiciest thing you can as a man challenge type thing and seeing who suffers. So at the very least, even if you don't like spice, you know what it is and know what you can handle. Which is a big thing. Anyway. Back on. Vi, Rumble, Varus. That is 2 ways to lock people on top of an equalizer that will be really, really nasty. On the other side, though, Gwen, Talia, and Xin Zhao is very, very nice skirmishing and very, very solid response range. You've got the double fake front line. You've got the Thunderdomes with the Xin Zhao R and the Gwen W that can help manage that a little bit, actually. Like, if NIP fail their shotgun blast or do it into someone who's got their zone of control active, it'd be really miserable. And the extended fights with the Gwen, Xin Zhao, and Talia are really, really good. Both drafts are kind of fine here. Bit more of a wombo from NIP. Bit more of a skirmish and high. But obviously with the Gwen and Rumble both left through draft, it was a simple enough affair to consider trading those out. Jin locked in for Assume. Long range follow-up. Semi-global of its own. Can follow up on the Talia and the Xin Zhao wherever they may roam. Dark World, that sounds very familiar in terms of the similar kinds of silly challenges one may run. But if you're going spicy, you better make me cry. I get the vibe. Also, you're from the part of your world you're in, you understand spice mechas, so I understand your judgment. Well, Shadow just lost on the Akali. However, it's now going on to the other side. Doombi going for the Akali. You're quite AP heavy with those solo lanes. However, whoever gets hit by that first bit of CC should just die. They've locked in the Poppy. So between that and the Talia, it's not a fun Akali game. Not a fun Akali game at all. Like, Doombi's going to have to, like, manage this quite well. And you've got quite a lot of diving champions in the Vi and the Rel as well. Steadfast Presence, Unraveled Earth, the double Thunderdomes. Really hard, I think, to make that necessarily, it's not a simple plan to execute. I think NIP's draft is cool. It's definitely functional. Whoever gets hit by the CC, immediately slam the big R buttons from the Akali and the Rumble on, and they should die. I do think that outside of that combo, though, FPX's draft is a bit easier to execute. You could just skirmish with your champions as is. You've got a lot of tools to deny that dive. One of your carries surviving the burst gives you a lot of license to play the fights longer. Thank you very much, by the record, Tone Capone, 2121, for the sub. It is much appreciated. Thanks for joining the community, my guy. Getting ready for game 1 here of our second series. T1 Jitten. Oh, it's the one. It's a bang skin, that one. Husband, do not ignore me. Kiasi, what are you going? Hello, husband. Oh, sorry, Kiasi. That's right. That's right. I got married in Twitch chat a few weeks ago to Kiasi. Somehow, some way. I don't know whether I actually had that one. Happy beer. Thanks for streaming anytime, Tone. Quite literally, we're here like most days of the week, so pretty much any time. Let the cheers go, shall we? Mecca, I didn't really get a choice in getting married. I was just sort of married. And it was kind of like, that was it. Meant to marry me. Sorry about that, Solly.
全军出击。
Maybe Twitch chat can be polyamorous. We can all marry me. Be one big, happy family. Sam. What's up, Amber? What did I miss? Choices in marriage? Not in our timeline. Yeah, I know, right? No! Guess he's a jealous spouse. To the YouTube chats, don't worry about it. There's the Twitch chat be wilding right now. Can I be the niece? Sure, sure, Kites. What is going on? How did I end up in this position? Honestly, I'd join a Sam cult. That's very reasonable, 88 pies. I'd make a great cult leader. You did it this time, Sam. Yeah, that's fair. Please, dear God, no, says Amber. Desperately try to escape. Understandable. Especially as the moderator. There would be no escaping. Omar, good to see you, Omar. Obviously, got to see you on stream the other day. Saw all the pictures. Twitch chat is sane. Perfectly sane. No, it is not. That's a silly statement. Morning, Derek. Good to see you over in the YouTube chat. Got you open as well. It's the guy with the coloured hair, Aki. He looks different. I think it is. He has dyed his hair a few times in the past. The famous one was Yukal, who dyed his hair Thunder Talk blue. In fact, if you check your bottom of your screen, you should be able to see who it is at some point in the near future. Blue Cal, exactly 1,000 Kites. I miss him. Yeah, me too. He's been trying real hard over in the LCK. He has been a little run down by some of his team members at points. Soon with an early back here for Boots, I'm assuming. Ate a bit too much poke from the Varus. They're trying their best, Sam. DRX is my team. 1,000 Kites. You know how to pick them, don't you? And there you go. Aki is indeed the one with the dyed hair. Blonde and a proper emo swoop of a haircut. Icon white dyed hair. Absolutely. Back in the day. Yes, Alex has LEC and DD is casting tonight. Sheer. Eats a bit of damage, but again, Gwen v Rumble at this point is a match we've got some idea on. We've not quite fully shoved in. Should get a reset here to Sheer. Gone for the exhaust, interestingly. Into Akali. Into Vi, into Rumble. I think that's fair. What do I mean by what, 1,000 Kites? That Rumble skin is my least favorite skin to play against. It's very loud. Flash. Crash down from BP God with the Ferromancy. Doesn't find what they're looking for though. And that's just a bigger flash. As Sheer sort of says, cool. Doesn't even lose that much HP. Just got to walk away. That was a bit overforced. Something about me picking my teams. Oh, yeah, well. Remind me, which teams do you support again, Kites? Just drop a line in chat. And I think at that point, your choice in life will be studied. Every time I see him doing Akali, I think of the clip where he got a nutty kill mid and type time in mid's ult. Yeah, he does have that habit. I respect Exhaust for that. Exhaust, but I think it's really smart this game. Well, there goes the dragon. Anyone's legend? BLG, DRX? BLG's accepted. BLG's normal. DRX, actually, you've got a very wild mix. Because there's like, between Vitality and DRX, and even anyone's legend to an extent, there are people there who are going to hurt you. Hell, BLG have been doing that a little bit to you recently, but you know, like, your CFOs, your HLEs, your BLGs, theoretically quite consistent. BLG is all sorts of it until they want to try. Very true. Dway, hit with a hail of arrows, throws down the steadfast presence, shattering strike onto Assume, who barriers afterwards. It doesn't have that shield broken. See if a flying oyster. BLG Gen GW. Ooh, alright, KB, I see you. When did you start supporting W? Are you an old school WE fan? Of course, they're one of the OG fandoms in League of Legends. Shout out to Wei Xiao. That would be the greatest AD carry who ever existed. He was better than everything at the time. Seismic shove. Care. They were ready to go. Kill goes the way of Aki. Other side, PP got ignited. Dway found him, shoved him into the wall. PP got, I think, just dies here. Assume doesn't want to flash for it. Dway needs to back away. No! Oh, Assume just flashed for the auto. Knock up onto Leave in a 1v1 with Shadow. Wind becomes lightning and Leave can't get a range to bring down Assume. Does give an assist back over. So it ends up being a 1-4 in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately, Assume is involved in none of those things. Had no mana, had no health. Didn't want to flash for PP God. I would have flashed for PP God. At least their favorite teams still exist. EG Mental Boom, their players on their way out. And TM Mental Boom doing the FPX. There was a bit of that. Assume had no mana. Why not just flash for the auto? And you can, I mean, of course, Chains of Corruption landed because Leave had 6. They went looking for that kill onto Assume. Shadow pulled off his blue buff for that. I would totally flash PP God. ... Wait, says Mecha fanboy. Mecha, you do this to yourself. So, Grubs are just being started here as I have to dwell with that statement from my moderator on my channel and Euler in chat, in chief. Look, I blame you. That's probably fair, but at the same time, such be your decisions in life. I have finally found my equal, says Solly. Doing beat gets a lot of damage done on this top bot side turret. It's up a lot of CS into this Talia. This matchup should not be this bad. Talia's finally turning up, but that's what? 2 waves lost? That's a lot of gold to be down. Maybe 30 CS, it is. Maybe we're showing my age, but I miss you. Oh, wow. Oh, my days. Unicorns of love. Sheepy in the crew. Chachi's still playing an NLC. UOL is still over in Prime League. So there is still an existing UOL, though I grant you it's not in the LEC anymore. Their fan group was wonderful as well. There is the sexy edition, of course, in Prime League. Needlework comes flying on forwards. Exhaust after. Flash away from solo kill. As the exhaust and needles do their work. Nice work from Sheer there. CLGEU. Oh, what a shout out. I was always a Moscow 5 fan. Gambit. One of my enduring memories as a league cast was getting to cast Diamond procs. I chat with Edward occasionally too. He's a coach in the League of Legends scene. He's a really cool dude. Used to be a regular sub on Alex Itch's Twitch channel when he was streaming a lot more as well. The Karzich. With the Karzik's mid lane. You'll always be Gosu Pepper to me. Solo kill, puts down a ward top side. Overcomes FPX. Equalize on the wave. Should mean no dive, really an opportunity hit for a Fun Plus Phoenix. Vitality literally has Hilly at home, and he's staying at home. This draft, who do you think has the better comp? It's a weird one, because NIP have got Vi and Varus to set up for a Kali Rumble ult, which is pretty scary. However, and they've gotten a really good early lead here, particularly through mid lane. Like that, there should not be a 40 CS discrepancy between a Talia and an Akali. That shouldn't happen. Like that, I don't know what's happened with Care here, what's gone wrong in the matchup. That should not happen. TSM the Rain Man team. Deadly Flourish onto the Vi, who just goes down. Nice combo. Because that is my worry for what happens to NIP there on your screen. There are a lot of tools to prevent your dashing champions from enjoying dashing very much. Between Steadfast Presence and Unravel Earth and Jin W and then Gwen, Shinzao with their W and R to basically have fake frontline that ignores a lot of the range. Like, I think I prefer FPX's draft. I just think that NIP have played this early game out largely quite well, though Joy with the double knock-up onto people as Care misses another seismic shove. Oh, no. Public execution wide. There'll be a flash available for doing B. I think Care is just dead. Awful angle on the threaded volley. That is just not good play from Care. Doing B. Hand checking there. Curtains are called. Gets a slow onto Aki. Not that much more value. Is on the other side. Leave. Got to the Jones of Corruption. Gets that kill. Will likely get traded out. He'll be an 80 carry for an 80 carry. Is Sheer. Picks up the response. Care's not been playing well recently. Yeah, well, I don't know. He had a few moments where he felt quite good. And then he fell off again. He's been very streaky. The last time we saw him, he had a really, really good game one on, I want to say Rise. Then the Ahri was poor. Doing B Akali 11 CS a minute, which is pretty nuts. Yeah. Ahri. Somehow Care misses the seismic shove and all of the threaded volleys. You got a single rock of value there from the Unraveled Earth team. FPX should still outscale. I agree between the Gwen, Jin, Talia, the range. The Gwen consistent damage I think is really, really nasty. However, and I do want to stress this, Akali being at 150 CS in 14 minutes with a kill and a 2,000 gold lead does change that somewhat. Of course, this is doing B into FPX. The team he won Worlds on. Team he made famous, really. Well, he was on Xiaogu Reapers for a long time with the likes of Meteor. That went awkwardly, but hey, was it Meteor or was it Swift? Anyway, there was some drama there. Might have been both at different times. But that team, when he was playing things like Kassadin, went over to FPX, still playing his weird way of playing the game. And now styling like this. 40 CS up. 40! In a ranged V melee matchup. Into a pretty good anti-Akali draft. Also glad Lee went lethality this game since his poke and zoning is going to be important. Yeah, I actually agree. You need to be able to actually deal with like Gwen and Talia a bit more freely. Like, also, what do you do on hit as on-hit Varus this game? Who are you even hitting? Like, if you're inside the Thunderdomes with Shinzao Gwen, you're already too close. You're never getting close to a Jin or Talia unless they want to be there. Exhaust onto DoingB, who gets out alive. Aki now looking for an angle. The equalizer is good. Joy now in danger. Akali go back in. Had the E2 and the R2. Public execution. Perfect execution. And Bessa has cooked my brain over these past few weeks. Somehow Aki ends up dying on the back end of it anyway. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Herald taken by FPX. That looked really good for a second. But how did Aki end up dying? I missed it. How did Aki end up dying? That looked really good for NIP. Have a look at this again. They're the ones on the heralds. I take it back. It was secured. And then Doomby gets one out having been exhausted. Aki comes across. He's in a 1v3. Care doesn't die. Aki needs an auto. Can't find it. And Sheer got to run away on the other side. Oops. Dragon started by FPX. This would be their second. Herald immediately dropped by the side of NIP. Dragon down to 3k HP. Weaver's Wall to deny easy access. Flash on in. Stolen away! Aki gets it! A player who's had a lot of crises and thrown his way. Finds a lot of value there. Kill onto the Shinzao. Doomby in danger. Gets over the wall with the R2. Escapes. PP God will likely be the sacrifice here. Dway picks that one up. I think you could probably have donated that one over to someone like the Jin. Either way, 1 for 1. Shadow dies. PP God dies. You get the mid lane tier 1 and the dragon. Nice. Very nice. Good work from Aki there. That's feat of strength as well. Happy with that one. TP top. Aki's got... Oh, I don't know about this one, Cat. Gets away with it. In the moment, Doomby mistimed the Shuriken flip. It's going to be a bit tricky anyway. Seraph's just completed too, so hard to necessarily burst out that Talia. Just Q smite. Doomby happily gets that turret topside. And PP God crashes down. Not out. Doomby's 2 levels up. Yeah! Yeah, he is. He's the highest level in the game alongside Sheer right now. Been side laning very well on this Akali. Got a lot of value this game. Nice 5-point strike. Sheer should pick up the majority of this one. And Poppy cops her way back. Does Doomby ever need a reason to do what he does? Probably not. Overcomes the Weaver's Wall. Solo kill got exhausted. Down about 20% HP. Okay. Not getting a lot of value there. Struggling on this Talia. We've seen so many great Talias of late. This one feels a bit rough to see. At least the discrepancy in CS hasn't changed anymore. Do they want to play this? Where's the follow-up? Aki's hanging around. There's camps to be taken. Leaves it. Infernal Cinders picked up. TP behind. Oh, no. Vibe from one side. Rumble from the other. Flashes out of the equalizer, but the damage is already done. Seraph shield means nothing. Care is dead. TP in. 2v1. Flash away from solo kill. Keeps him alive. Shit, TP'd for that. Nothing. Just an extra flash. Oh dear. This one's looking very NIP favored now. 2,000 gold up. Feats of strength. Dragon stacking. And Akali, which no one's going to be able to match on the side. And if you can scale and get value onto this onto this Gwen, then maybe things change. Don't know how easy that will be, though. Especially as this Talia is just so not a factor right now. That is the gold lead, basically. That and there. At least your Gwen is 2 items. Over towards the dragon. Go FPX. Trying to take this one before NIP can come over and truly contest. NIP now in the river. Potentially looking to come on in. Keep his verdict available. Dragon secured. Try to time it right. Not quite in range. Atakan started. FPX going to be forced to come over and fight this. Jin's nearly here. Solo kill now turning up as well, down to half of the HP on the Atakan. 5k more to go. Weaver's wall in. Atakan still aggroed. Doinby off on a flank, looking for something here. Shadowlands and Wings become lightning onto PP. God goes over the wall into the Crescent Guard. They're looking to turn this. NIP a little split. They lose their Vi. Suddenly they don't have a smite. Not great from then. Shuriken flip goes wide. Doinby off on the flank, did not get into that play. Now a 4v5 Care can look for a bit of a potential play here. Pulling off it. Shove onto solo kill, and NIP are falling apart here. That is not great. Doinby still here. To play this one out. There's still Stephos Press, still Unraveled Earth. He can't play this without anything else. And the flip goes horribly wrong for NIP. Let's have a look at this again, because things got weird here. Try to pull away, and Shadow says, yeah, no, you're not going to leave like that. Crescent Guard splits Aki off. He's immediately taken out. Sheer pounces. Gets that one. And Care drops down here. Sees everyone. Despite the bad game he's been having, still gets to shove Sheer into the rest of his team. And they pick up that kill as well, all while Doinby, who's all the gold lead, didn't get to do anything that fight. Gold lead's still there for NIP, but it's very much more nominal now. Doinby gets a good shove up here. Flash away from PP God. Weaver's wall comes on down. Doesn't get as much as they're hoping for. Dragon in 35 seconds. "20 seconds to go. NIP in full command of that river. Sheer with the teleport. I wonder whether he's got something on back here, actually. NLR and an Amptone inventory. I think he might be going towards... Probably Zhonya's could theoretically be a Shadow Flame as well. Somewhere out there. Resident Gwen in the channel. Sal would be going, yes, Shadow Flame, please. Shadow. Doing their best. Deadly Flourish goes wide. We're going to rush Baron. I think we are. Talia over the back of the wall, throwing out threaded volleys. Sheer, Shadow, and Care look to do this. PP God and the rest of them, they don't know. They're going to look now, but I think it's going down fast enough that they're not going to be there in time. Weaver's Wall denies a lot of this. It's gone. Baron is going to be FPX's. Great sneak from the Phoenixes. That's a big one. Turnby with a relatively defensive build here. Between the Merc Treads and the Zhonyas. Going towards a Void Staff third. Actually not going to be the highest damage. There's no Shadow Flame. There's no Death Cap in there. Void Staff will be helpful as it was in fact a Banshee's Veil for the Gwen. Understandable when you're into a Rumble and a Kali as your two serious threats to your livelihood. He's going to find some people there. Aki steps on forwards. Actually ends up knocking them out of PP God's attempted engage. In a 3v1, Sheer throws down the Exhaust, but is across the red carpet. 2B is here. Doesn't get involved somehow. Goes into the Twilight Shroud. Does have the R2 to work with. Another Love Shuriken flip available. Goes back in. R2 misses Assume. Still look to get onto Care. Throws out another 5-point strike. Keeper's Verdict comes on down. But leaving PP God can keep hunting. Piercing Arrow lands onto Assume. Gets the fleet footwork speed away. It was looking so good, FPX, and then what was that? Well, there is a replay of Sheer. Spotted what was going on and got whacked for it. Not set up. But then Shadow, why? Why the 1v3, brother? A little too easy to pick up those 2 kills in the top jungle. Towards mid lane we go. Is anyone else dead again? No, they're not. Well, there's the engage. And another 2 members fall. That's 2 series of plays now in a row where FPX has kind of lost the plot a bit. It's looking okay. Ends up being a minus 2k Baron power play. Minus 2k! And there's still 13 seconds to go. It can get worse. Minus 2.5k. Oof. Genies give a Baron by NIP. They don't want to team fight, so make FPX go to lanes to fight. Yeah. Something to that, right? Like, the moment the phalanx is put into place by FPX, it's a lot harder for W7D1 to get involved. Vi dies as she goes to the engage. Like, there's a lot of trickiness there. If it's a split-up fight, NIP have a lot more power. You'd think with a Shinzao Gwen, you'd be able to do something about that yourself, but... been a bit messy. The gold lead suddenly back up to about 4k for NIP. W7D1 will rocket belt the wave. Towards the dragon we go. FPX need to take one of those that be sold to NIP, and giving the likes of a Rumble and an Akali Infernal Soul sounds pretty miserable. Don't do it. Hope Varus too? Yeah, not great. Weaver's Wall comes across, but that Keeper's Verdict sucked. Jway! Dragon secured by Shadow, though. Denies the soul. What about the fight afterwards? Jway will die. The other side, Aki goes on in. Shadow gets the decent Hex Drinker shield. Still not enough. Sheer needs to back away. He's not involved in the fight. W7D1 misses the Shuriken Blip, but it does not matter. A triple to W7D1. Seismic Shuffle lands, and Care will be donated over to someone who could use the gold. Leave gets himself a kill. And there goes the Baron. Swimming down the river. Spawned and ready for NIP to start again. 20 seconds on most of the squad of FPX coming back to life, so they're going to try and rush this. Of course, this is an on-hit Varus, not the... sorry, not on-hit, it's the poke Varus, not the fastest Baron taker. We should still be able to do this with the Rumble easy enough. Shears around. Can look to snip this one out, actually. Needs to be a bit wary. Equalizer down. Solo kill actually in danger now. Throws out the scrap shield. Sheer does a decent amount of work, but not quite enough. And Baron should still go the way of NIP. A little overeager there from Sheer. Keeper's Verdict. Well shy from Jway. Chains of Corruption lands on a Shadow, who does manage to nab the Dragon. Then the retreat kind of sucked. Jway steps forward with Steadfast Presence to try and block people coming on forward, but Sheer just got burnt alive. The exhaust is too late. Helpless Earthbound is already gone. A flash away keeps solo kill safe, and W7D's given license to go into the other side of the fight as the front line is dead and the fight is scattered and split up. That's now a death cap onto this Akali, who's going towards a Banshee's Veil as well. So double defensive items. Killing this Akali is going to be a nightmare. Gone on forwards there. On to PP God, who flashes away. He's caught in the curtain call. It just all goes wide. You got to be able to hit something there, Assume. Doomby goes golden. Can't quite kill off Assume. Is going to get caught by the steadfast presence and dies. Shadow dies on the other side of it, though. It ends up being a 1-for-1. What happened with Doomby there? Did he just not get the R off onto Assume properly? I think he tried to R2, then E back to safety, and didn't manage to get out before things like steadfast presences could come up. That was my worry with the Akali this game. Now that could happen. And that's through Banshees, Veils, Zonyas, Merc Treads. Upgraded Merc Treads. Still goes down. That's a nice pickup, though, onto Assume, who will die trying to defend the turret. Jway now in danger as well, alongside Sheer, who's still got a lot of ability to snip someone at some point, but doesn't get to press Q. Aki with the GA won't have it popped. Gets to stay alive. Back towards the inhibitor. NIP go. Equalizer down onto Care. Picks him up under the turrets. Nice from solo kill. Jway throws up the steadfast presence, but his presence is looking a little thin on the ground. Bit of a wallflower today. Not a wall stunner. And the Nexus falls in favor of NIP in game 1. Not flawless from FPX or from NIP. Despite Doomby getting some leads, there was some perplexing fights. They gave over Baron. But FPX struggled to deal with the fact that Akali got so insanely fed. Their front line just wasn't strong enough. It was always a conditional front line. Does Poppy have W? Does Shin have R? Does Gwen have W? I've got to call out a little bit the fact that Care lost lane so hard that Assume was not hitting the shots he needed to with the curtain call and the like. Bit tricky. Yeah, exactly, Honorax. Doomby almost Flame Horizon to Talia as Akali. That shouldn't happen. Honest answer, that really shouldn't happen. That's pretty wild to me. Drop that volume a little bit. Whew. That, as you can see, was a relatively close game until it wasn't. I worried about that 25-minute mark because that NIP had fluffed it and the scaling was coming on through. But, like, I mean, good grief. Leave just hit all the poke ever, apparently. Good God, that Varus damage. And Assume, on the other hand, couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, it felt like. Assume hit like no bullets this game. Good dives. It's going to be 2B as the MVP, I imagine. Bit of both. Flandre got ganked a bunch, but Matt played for Mail was solid, so they had a strong gold lead. The 1v1 was against Jay, so they couldn't effectively kill each other and letting Susan scale. So yeah, that was basically it. And the rest of the map was really good, and Tarzan just went, cool, well, your Lucian Nami not being useful is significantly more of a problem. And it was, in fact, more of a problem. To the MVP is Doomby. What a shot. Plus 5k gold. Damn. Well, time to run some ads because we're out of pre-roll. If you don't want ads, subscribe. That's the way out of it, Twitch viewers. Thank you again for the gift subs. Thanks, Tone, for the sub earlier as well. For those of you who do want to come support us, Twitch subbing is one of the better ways to do it. It helps you avoid ads, get involved in the community a bit more, and again, it helps us keep doing what we're doing. As again, this is unfunded. We are reliant on all of you community members out there to keep us in business. So for those of you who can sub, you're much loved. Thank you for looking extra. But that spiel is important. And you remember that? Have you ever used this little thing called Amazon Prime? Apparently, I don't know because I've never seen one. I'd love to see one. Apparently, they actually give you free subs every month. Or a free sub every month. Called a Twitch Prime or something. Can anyone show me what a Twitch Prime looks like? I've just never seen one. Never seen one. Doing me still, Gary? Yeah, he will do. He's doing well. Jin can't do anything into a Fedakali. It's pretty rough. But even then, you've got to hit your shots. Anyway, let me get the iPad out. Let me get the iPad out. That's a great way to bait primers. I love it. I love it. It's like, did anyone see the Baby No Money tweet where he just sort of sat there in front of this beautiful cliff in Ireland and we're going like, what the F are boobs? I'm a visual learner, by the way, which is just like ridiculous.
see there was that trend a while back. It was like looking at beautiful landscapes and stuff. And it's like I could be playing League of Legends. I could be playing League of like going over different landscapes. Wow, I could be playing League right now.
Go forth, Nelly C. I'm gonna put the iPad in front of chat.
Okay.
There you go. I'm gonna run and get myself another coffee.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
长弓怒放，我的女王，来我身边。 就是我是女王的恩典。
上一场对阵 IP 比较深刻的画面就是我们第一把尼寇打到了5个在小龙团的时候，然后打完他们西渠道的时候，感觉就是我们大家就更团结了，然后下场打他们的话，就按照今天这样打就能赢下来。面对 NIP 的话，感觉他们下路就猎物选手的风格就是那种很敢打的那种人吧，然后感觉他的鲁西安跟泽利玩的都算特别好的，然后打他们的话，感觉就是需要针对一下他们下路就能赢。队伍起伏不定的原因，可能就是版本变的时候，我们是第一场打的嘛，然后可能没怎么摸清，然后也一下打了2、3场。最近的话，可能就是版本可能也理解的透彻一点，然后可能就能赢下来吧。然后相比其他队伍，我觉得 FunPlus 是一个比较更年轻的队伍，然后敢打敢拼吧，然后不足的地方可能就是经验没有那些老选手那么足。
我觉得 Solo Q 的加入给我们队伍带来的改变，最大的影响就是我们在英雄的选择上有了很大的变化吧。然后我觉得我们队伍继续进步的方向也是加强自己的底蕴，然后做好每一个细节，才能走得更远吧。我觉得上次对战 FunPlus 我们输掉的主要原因是我们玩游戏我们在游戏内太心急了。然后这一次的话，我觉得我们要稳扎稳打，然后慢慢的来团战，看清好每一个对手的所在的位置。然后再好好的斟酌一下，才能赢下团战。他们的下路，我目前的观感来说的话，我觉得他们进攻性是稍微有点强的，他们很喜欢在对线上跟我们有一些碰撞嘛。然后至于要面对他们的话，我觉得他们的抓机会能力是特别强的，所以说一定要提防这一点。其实这个版本的换线跟之前几个版本的换线是没有特别大的区别的，只是少了一个不能去吃虚空草丛吧。然后 AD 的话，主要还是看对手进攻的半区在哪边。如果说对手想进攻下半区，那么 AD 一定要提前逃跑吧。 而不是硬在下路守这个塔。
I am returned. I have coffee. Where are we at? We're lost at level 21. Damn. Solid attempt, folks. But I see people back on stage. We probably can't run another one. Probably. Time for draft. Excellent. We like that. We like that a lot. Well, into draft we go. FPX on blue side. NIP over on the red. Of course, NIP will be happy enough, I suspect, with their game 1 win. See whether FPX can find a little bit more footing this time around. They ended up a bit lost in the sauce when it came to the mid and late stages. No fun allowed, no. First pick misfortune. Goodbye, Alex. Which series are you on? Ooh, he's on the first series. GX versus Heretic. Should be a fun one, that. Scion Neferi being considered. Belveth is a hover. Still being hovered, but I say that would be a very bold blind pick. Wukong a bit more normal. It's an Aki special. Good front line now. Good amount of CC. Could use a little bit more probably. Something to help the Wukong. Aki got his OTP, chap. Yeah, but it's given over Shadow the Neferi. He went 17 kills deep in 20 minutes, I remember. How they got to Group Ascend in the first place. Actually, but it was against NIP. The last time Shadow managed to do that was into NIP. He went absolutely berserk. Do&B on the Pantheon mid went 1 in 10. Gonna pick up the Yorick for sheer. Split push win condition achieved. Could probably use a global to help come support it. Is it possible for FPX to win game 2? Yeah, absolutely. They've been a good team. I don't think game 1 was great from them. I think NIP have improved with solo kill coming in. I was going to say Rise. Victor is the correct term for that champion for Do&B. Lot of zone control now. A lot of ability to kite back. With the Wukong, with the Victor Gravity Field, with the Arcane Storm and everything else. It'd be easy necessarily to get through all of that. Rise, exactly. I don't know why I've decided to add a V to that. There we are. Because we were talking about Rise earlier. Find someone that improves your life like Solo Kill improved NIP? Absolutely. Kara getting rid of 2 of his staples in the Ahri and the Azir removed. Ezreal away from Leaf. Possibly the Kai'Sa here then, I would imagine. Or the Braum. Yeah, I can see it. A bit annoying for the Neferi. Deny a lot of the melee champions I expect Jay wants to look for here. Lucian locked in for leave. Alright, we're going for the Lucian Nami here. Nautilus lock for the Misfortune. Can be a good way to punish the Nami and Lucian, but you have to all in for it. Aurora. Seen a little bit of a return, hasn't it, in the LPL? No one else is playing it that much, but we still are. Leaves Lucian is very good. He was the first one to pick it back up in the LPL. Don't know how much I like it with the Leona, because you're not getting the Enchanter passive, but they'll do it. Lucian can proc Daylight okay. With his double passive. With double, his double shot. So there is that. However, you're not getting an Enchanter for the Lucian. And reminder, Lucian... Let me go look that one up again. And Lucian... Exactly how that interacts with... How is passive interest? It's Light Slinger, isn't it? That's the one. It's Vigilance, isn't it? Whenever he's healed or shielded by an ally, or an enemy within 1,000 units is immobilized. Okay. Ah, so it does work when someone's immobilized. His next 2 shots within 6 seconds are empowered to deal extra damage. And you can store up to 4 empowered shots. within 6 seconds. So you can do a fair amount of work there. So it's okay with the Leona, but you have to really all in on the Leona. You can't do it on your own temp, which is what the Lucian often likes, right? Is to get empowered and then dash and do a quick order and come back out again. Saved NIP from the depths of near death, but don't ask why NIP was in the depths of near death. Yeah, well, there is that. His passive works off CC now too. Ah, there you go. That was the big change they made a bit ago to make him have more pairings. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I must have missed that change. Glad I went to go look. So it does make the Leona a little bit more palatable of a pairing. Ready to head on to the Rift for game 2. So the crowd's yeah. FPX a little bit more shy on the crowd noises there. Actually, we came on a little late, so might have missed that one. 3 games, please. I need somebody to keep me busy until LEC. Well, Derek, if it goes to 2, I might stream a little bit myself, you know. Already at the level 1, a bit of violence. You love to see it. Chue going to be looking for another hook. Lands it onto Lee. Puts the barrier down. Ignite traded for barrier. Leave is the one with more of his health bar lost. Were those all NIP fans? Yeah, I think they were. Do&B tends to draw a crowd. Also worth noting, I think this is in Shenzhen because it's NIP's home arena. So you have a lot of NIP fans here. It's a bit like, obviously we had the LEC road shows, right? And you're turning up to Madrid. It's like, well, it turns out all the Spanish fans are there. Turn up to Paris and the KC blue wall. Looking more like a blue ocean out there because it's blue everywhere you look. Aki, about to find Shadow in his jungle, puts a ward down. Can look to play this. Comes on over. Bop Shadow with the crushing blow. Smite fight over the blue. Won by Aki. Zenith Blade on in. Leave dashes on forwards. Gets the empowered autos. Do&B now roaming as well. Going to be there first. Hextech Ray on down. Leona's the one that picks up the first one. The flash came on through again. It was too little. Too late. Assume trying to get out of range. Can't drop far enough. Interrupted flash for the auto. Can't quite get it on to Assume the Ardent Blaze after. It's only the 1 kill at NIP, but Summon has blown everywhere you care to look. Soon will also be forced to reset here. Goes to the early call. Leaf can head back towards bot lane. His health bar is a lot healthier than the other side for FPX. Let's have a look at that one again. So Aki has the smite. Actually, no, he doesn't have a smite. It's just a failed smite from Shadow. Or the other thing is it might just be a spectator bug, which would make more sense to me, considering I felt like Shadow smited, sorry, that Aki smited during that one. And then Assume is very lucky to get out of here. I actually think Leave needs to flash earlier there. Might have been able to play it from there. So, brief check-in with where the game state is. No grubs or anything yet. Still a couple minutes on that. Calls for both AD carries matching on that front. Not that much more to see. Lee has had a bit of an awkward reset timer there. So is down about 10 CS interestingly for now, but I think we'll have a bit of a wave to pick up here. So that should even up well enough. Fun early game for NIP, but they've not really exploded with it as a result. There's occasional little gold leads here or there, but it's not that significant right now. Still down about 10 CS bot. Must have been the lane swap doing them in a bit. Lince's game 1 against KC, the Vladdy Silas pop-off game. Oh yeah, good memory. What are these no smite invades lately though? I want to say someone in LEC through all tempo trying to do it yesterday on Poppy. Yeah, that's the one. Good memory. That said, NIP are quietly up a decent amount of gold here. 700 odd at this point of the game is pretty good. The Wukong has been happily farming his way through the jungle after the shenanigans went awry. He's now got level 6. Looking to try and threaten bot side. Level 5, assumed down to about half HP. Ignited. Cleanses the ignite. But that means Aki can look for the Cyclone. And the Misfortune. Queen of Nowhere now. Bilgewater looking for a new ruler. Here, this Gangplank guy's around. Towards grubs we go. Sheer got his maiden on one. The panda doing his work there. Second grub secure, but that is the smite use. It should just be Aki picking up this next one, but Care stepping on forward and threatening it between worlds means Aki has to leave. Call of the pack and the Hound's Pursuit used as well. Forced Aki to flash as the bullet time came on down. So they end up securing all three. Awkward contest there by NIP, but Doumbé didn't want to turn up. So he's going to be bot side, shoving that wave out. Leave, trading out with Assume here. Trying to clear out this wave. Assume still holding that 10 CS lead, which is good for him. Should be able to get this plate as well. Oh no, Leave doesn't quite have enough AD to kill off that minion there. Awkward. Should let a second shot come through. No, she can't because it's range creep. What am I talking about? Just needing another ability up. Cat eats a fair amount of damage. Gets hit by the Arcane Storm as well there. Doumbé will take a turret shot. That's going to force a reset out of Care, who has been pretty comprehensively outlaid by Doumbé now 2 games in a row. PP got not quite in time to interrupt the Aurora back. They want to potentially aggressively play for this quarter, having given up all of the grubs to a Yorick. Could be necessarily the easiest here, but they can look to at least get another plate here. Can't quite stick around as Dwayne, Shadow, and Assume are all on a roam down. Lucian left in the mid lane. That is something you're going to have to get used to. What is that emote? Oh, the glorp emote. Glorp. Remember, folks, if you don't want to move for grub fights, just tell your team a plate in the hands is worth 2 in the grubs. Nice across the veil. The 2-fold hex times out just out of range of the hex tech ray. Flash, set its blade, flashed into her from care. Where is the bunny rabbit going? Flee, little bunny rabbit! I think Ker's going to try and execute here. Gets the weirding down. Leave. Between worlds. Can look to execute. Oh, the culling! Just in range, and Lucian's given the kill. Oh, Care tried to execute so hard there. Saw Hoya pull it off the other day. We go again. They're missing their mid laner. I don't actually know how much they want this. Flash from Doomby. Did you? I suppose with their Hound's Pursuit behind, could have gotten a bit scary. Shadow swipes away those raptors. Managed to recover a bit in the farm front as well, which is nice for him. Couple camps here for Aki to pick up at some point. Dragons in 45 seconds. Another plate over towards Shit. Who is going to be one of those win cons for FPX, especially with the grub secured. Engage comes on down. PP God's in danger. Tries to turn his blade forward and get a bit of damage down south. The Eclipse about to timeout dies. Dragon secured by Aki. Looking for another Cyclone. Gets a decent shock up Jway. Going to try and find an angle with that depth charge. Can't quite do it. They will kill off the Aurora. The bullet time is good though from Assume with a good flanking angle. Now split off though. Doomby looking for an angle with Lee. Looking to jump onto Assume. He flashes. Double shot. Not enough to bring Assume as Jway now goes full contact. The staggering blows buying some time. And will get knocked up. Leave gets that one. It's a 3-for-1. Reset from the side of Shadow gets him to home. Not a great team fight from FPX. Didn't see how Sheer died within it. I think it was Aki who picked him up with the Cyclone. Aurora's walk is so sassy. It is, isn't it? I think it's because she's got the tail. Have a look at this one again. So initially they jump on a PP God, who has an Eclipse. The gravity field's down, so they can't keep stepping on forwards. And PP God throws all his CC out, does die. But then Aki just gets to Cyclone everyone. And then flashes on out as Shadow goes forwards. Does eventually go down here. And that's all well and good. So there's the 2 kills. However, Sheer is left to die over to solo kill. Leave gets one, Doomby gets one. It's a 3-for-2 plus Dragon for their IP. So on the whole, favored 2. Honestly, all that MF ult was going to be way more valuable. Aurora is goofy. She has her moments. She's got that weird kind of noise that she makes. It's quite entertaining. Thank you for telling me to get hydrated, by the way, Amber. I should actually get some more water. I've got coffee, but it's not water. I'll do that after this game. In comes the culling. Assume in danger of the turn over the bullet time. Does a lot of work, assuming stock in the Arcane Storm, though, should surely die and does do so. Doomby gets his ult upgraded. Second one then onto the Aurora. Shadow having to back away. Leave with the barrier survives well enough. Almost like a wonderful angle. Monkey Meatloaf. That sounds like a scary meatloaf. Thank you for the follow, though. Is it a meatloaf for monkeys? Or a meatloaf made out of monkeys? I scream for I do not know. Tier 1 mid-force. Oh, good to see you. XDD. One of the rats I see. Assume interrupted enough that they can just run at him. And then that gives license to jump onto Care, and he dies too. Bit of an engage comes on forwards, and everyone dies. Free the nip. Oh boy. It's what we used to call NIP when they messed up a nip slip. I'm not even joking. Technically behind Yorick with Grubs is just a W for health, for W for Sion. Yeah, maybe true. Lots of sad cat noises. No way FPX getting swept, right? I don't know. It's looking quite like it right now. NIP have been on a real downward trajectory, but a switch in solo lane has really brought some life back to this roster. Still not sold on Aki. Cat. Forced to run away a bit there. Is again down 30 CS to Doomby somehow. Fight over the red buff. PP God goes on forward. CC on a Dway. Bullet time comes on down, but PP God at this point isn't carrying all that much. Culling gets the kill over the Leaf. Flash on forward from Aki, looking to get onto Okay, who does blast cones too early. Crushing blow. Not going to be there. Care gets out to safety. Leave now 306. Yeah, that's a nasty looking Lucian. No rapid fire, pure damage with the Infinity Edge solo kill. Gonna be forced to retreat off that one. Morning Mist lands. I actually think solo kill could be in danger here. He's gonna be forced to ult away to safety. Shadow. Think he'll be in range to ult. I think it'll be a bit risky anyway. Not sure he quite has the burn to bring down the Sion. Down goes the Maid of the Mist. Unfortunate stuff. NIP with a 67%. Win chance says 66.9. 9? Not quite. No, 6.9. Atakan. Looks like it will be NIPs for the taking. Hey, Lorindy, good to see you. Is that the boxer versus the Technician? One comes with damage, the other comes with toolbox. Yeah. Yeah. Don't be having to resort to not having to resort to bagging more like in Split 1. He's playing meta kind of well. Yeah, exactly, which is good news. Like, if he's playing Victor, if he's playing Akali, that's good news. I think his Rise is still genuinely scary. I need to see him look passable on things like Talir again. What else am I missing? His Galio's still solid. I don't know about his Yone. That's one that's potentially a big deal. Oh, Assumed got wrecked! Leave, might die for this. Just get traded 1-for-1, but the damage is already done. They had to full send for it. Shear's now turned up, but in comes solo kill. Shadow will eviscerate away from the Scion ult. Well, there's that attempted engagement to Assume Tway. Did his best to body block for it. And did not quite manage. So, a minute until next dragon. 2.5 items done on pretty much everyone you care to look at NIP. At least most of the 2 items are done for FPX. That's good news. Not there in the mid lane, though. Care once again finds himself a ways behind Curve. The Lucian's also managed to pick himself up some additional steel caps where the Misfortunes had to stick on the free-ass boots, just getting courtesy of runes. Care gets that turret. Which way? Engaged onto. Flash away. Care should have an across the veil available. We'll use it. PP God now going to look for an ult. Flash the Zenith Blade. Flash in turn away from Care. Still looking for an angle. Cullen goes wide. Aki now looking to get on top of Assume, who eats so much damage. My days! That Wukong is just so strong. Leave survives on the other side. Aki gets another. Never give that man Wukong. He's had a rough old time of it, Zaki. It was not what people were hoping for last year. This year he's on NIP alongside who should have been his OMG 2023 top laner in Shanji. Shanji's gone, but Aki back on the Wukong. I think his most iconic champion. 6-1-5 is such a menace at this point in the game. Dennis incapable of equaling him right now. He's just a Wukong OTP. Sometimes feels that way, doesn't it? He's so good on that champion, though. Well, Shadow now in danger. Needs to be a little wary. I hear solo kill ulting. Bottom side of the map, that one's occurring. Soul's been picked up by NIP. Elder's in 4.5. Baron is up. She is just dead in a solo kill. 2 solo kill as a Yorick. Oh dear, it's all falling apart now, isn't it? They finally bring Aki down, but not before losing 2 over to the Lucian. It's got flicker blades on top of everything else now. Again, no rapid fire. Who needs that on Lucian? Damage. It's all you need. More abilities. Solo kill heads onto the tier 2. Shadow's going to clear out this wave, I imagine. Solo kill has a soul furnace. It pops on the dogs. Gets a decimating smash off. Shadow's going to continue trying to trade here. Calls the dogs back with a W. Hound's pursuit. Darkin daggers. Second Darkin dagger stacks everything else. Trying to get as much value down as he can. Solo kill running back away towards the wave. Gets a soul furnace. 2MB's teleported. Then looking for the decimating smash. Gets the slow. 2MB looking for the hex tech ray. Can't quite find it. Shadow hops over the wall. Teleport blown to keep the solo laner alive. I love Leave having the balls to consistently go Navori. It's a very ballsy build. No safety in this one. It's all damage, all hands. Don't mess it up. Here we go. Gets a big smash. Ult as well. Sheer's dead again. 2MB. Trading out here. Onto the tier 3 we go. The ninjas in pajamas are making it look a little easy here, aren't they? Solar flare down. On the other side, Shadow will press W to no avail. Leave hops on forward, Ardent Blaze, double auto. Lands him onto the dogs awkwardly. Well, there goes the Baron start. Shadows around. No ult, no flash. Very hard to get over here. 2MB, PP God, and Sheer. Well, zoning everyone out, and Baron is down. Nice play from NIP. 2-man the Baron. Everyone else plays body block. Shadow, good call of the pack. Denies the Zenith Blade. In comes solo kill. Flash onto assume decimating smash. And the Arcane Storm and Nimbus Strike crushing blow brings the Misfortune down again. Cyclone after. And both procs knock up 3. The Arcane Storm continues to fly across the map. No safety to be found in its eye. Just more damage. Nexus turret 1 and 2 fall. Ninjas in pajamas make it look easy in game 2. FPX. Humbled by their former mid laner, they zoom immediately in on 2MB's big old grin. NIP back to their winning ways. They had a rough mid part of the split, an 8-series loss streak. Change the top lane when suddenly things are looking a lot better. It's only FPX, but they're a mid-table team at this point, and deservedly so. That's an important win. Aki is still a very tall man relative to the rest of his squad. IG, JDG, very big matchup. Oh yeah, that's going to be a huge one. Whew. Wow, it's only a 4-game day. That was quick. Who do we think got MVP? Aki, I think. PP God was solid. Leave was fine. Doomby was also pretty good again, to be fair. Probably Doomby or Aki. But I think Aki was probably the better player. It'll be Aki probably at every game NIP. It'll be solo kill in my heart. He's come a long way from his EDG days, huh? Let's take those headphones off. All right, guys, I'm going to get my PC ready because I'll go stream a couple games while I have the opportunity. And then I'll be casting G2 Hell this evening. All right, folks. Aki was our MVP. What a surprise. It's not a surprise, guys. It's not. It's not. All right, guys. Pleasure to have you all over here. I'm going to go play some games myself. So if you guys want to come hang out, see me over on twitch.tv/InitializeCast. YouTube, guys, you'll have to come over manually. But please do, be lovely to see you all. LEC is obviously happening this evening as well. That'll be on. I'm also casting G2 Hell this evening, who just promoted up to Division 2, which is really, really awesome. So that's fantastic. But that does mean, for now, goodbye on Nivea's YouTube.